Oh yeah, I'll have to duck out, but at least I got my Twitch running, so I won't miss anything. I can go back and see what happened.
Ah, never have thought that do as a thing.
Michael is currently standing outside in an open, windy field.
Wait, what about a windy field?
The microphone sounds like a windy field.
Oh,
Mine?
Somebody's. I think it's yours.
Is that better?
there's no ambient sound, but your voice is also really quiet now.
Yeah, I can just talk louder. I'll turn my fan off in a minute. I'm just comfy right now.
Ah, right. But let's see, so I have a message out to Josh, but I assume he might be distracted by something at the moment. One way or another, we last left off with the discovery of the servitor machine worshipping hive, and with that, the successful garnering of 3 factions worth of Martellin locals, with only 2 remaining, one of which possibly are the ones who played host to the guys who gave you the demon weapons, which you were debating on the fate of.
So what we need to do is we need to go deep, deep into the cornhole, and just flush it out. Flush out all the cornhole.
I'm not sure I understood the metaphor.
We basically have to wreck their cornhole.
I get it.
Not sure if I get it. Can you repeat it again?
You see, the joke is that we are using cornhole as, metaphorical term for an anus, in conjunction with the fact that this is a hole underground that theoretically is filled by corn worshippers, explaining the joke.
No, I get it. I got it. I was just being facetious.
Yeah, just in case anyone watches this later and isn't sure. So thinking, the more you know.
If we are talking about cornhole, or they're like to shove power fist into cornhole. We will see how corn follower like that. I am guessing not too well.
Well, I have to say those people are on thin ice in a couple of different directions, so... Should we give them an opportunity to shoot at us and make nice, or...
Up to you, Lord Captain. I do not care if we bomb from orbit. I do not care if we have to go inside and punch to death. Either is good for me.
Anyone else? Strong feelings either way?
I haven't got to do much punching. I would prefer to go and punch.
But
I have no...
If there's less of them to take to the table, maybe it might work better.
I mean, if we don't like them, we might as well just do it from orbit. It's safer. No reason to get your hands dirty if you don't have to.
Unless you want to.
Well, apparently only some of us want to. I'm fine with that plan. Like, he earned the upgrade, might as well give him something.
As long as I get to punch something. Who knows? Bombing from orbit may destroy any valuable stuff inside city. Do you really want to risk losing something that may be useful or powerful?
Suppose he does have a point, Lady Lord Captain.
I know you're asking me to stake my life on the chance of there being something cool inside of a random pit. I'd rather just blow up the pit.
There was a whole servitor machine inside other place.
Honestly, at this point, if these guys are worshippers of corn, anything in there is going to be laced with demon whatever anyway.
Do we have any ways of delacing it?
I'm not a priest.
Can we bring a priest into this discussion?
Do we have priests on ship?
Not many. The ship is, well, not ecclesiarchal priests.
We got a bunch of tech priests.
Yeah, the ship's complement has been far more geared towards the Omnissiah than the Emperor.
This is pretty much a cult mechanicus kind of ship.
I mean, you have, typical Emperor worshipping people, but you're pretty low on ecclesiarchy presence.
Well, I guess this is Captain's vote.
Yeah, looks like it is up to you, Captain.
Heavy hangs the head that wears the fantastic hat.
Well, at least some of them already thought we were sort of the avatars of corn at this point, so why don't we just get them to dump the rest of their weapons on us and then we just destroy them all and then deal with it from there.
There's another. See, this is why I really think we should bring a priest on this into this discussion. Like, would Korn actually find it helpful if we eradicated an entire city of his worshippers? That's bloodshed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Korn would love it.
He'd be into it.
You might even get some demonic favor yourself.
Because that's something I'm totally interested in.
Yeah, that's my point.
I mean, either way, at this point, if we're saying that we don't want to kill them, then bombardment or punching doesn't matter, does it?
We'll kill less of them with punching, I'm sure.
I still say we just try to trick them.
Trick them how?
Like I said, make us seem like, I mean, they already thought we were kind of big, well-to-do to give them a bunch of weapons of theirs last time. So we just basically say we used them all up, became ultimate avatars of Khorne, and now we need the rest of them to kick more ass.
Presumably they can summon more demons, and it doesn't solve the problem of having a whole shitload of Khorne worshippers on our doorstep. So demon worshipping, is that a thing people give up, or?
You are not all that experienced with heretical cults. Well,
Do we think
that
they were
was
actually
kind
summoning demons, or did they just have this, like, stockpile of weapons? Did they seem like the kind of people that I would actually make the weapons demonful?
Where else would they have gotten them?
From the mass warp bit that we just took care of?
Does anyone have Forbidden Lore heresy?
I don't think I do know.
This is why I said we need to get a priest in here.
Unfortunately, that is an area of academic expertise you are lacking in. Ancient technology, aliens, mutants, the warp in general, oh, you guys got your shit locked down. But actual heretical cults, you're all a little out of your element on that one.
At least if they're summoning demons, it might not be as powerful now that we took out the main source of demon energy.
Screw it, if they start shooting at the cutter, we can bomb them from orbit. If they don't shoot at the cutter, they're probably willing to talk.
What do you define as shooting at the cutter?
Projectiles go from where they are to where we are and bounce off the armor.
Okay.
Lasers would also count.
As I should remind, you came under sniper fire from the Herald's people, even.
Oh, we didn't eradicate them?
Hmm?
And we didn't eradicate them? How restrained.
Just noting it, your standards may be understandably different in this situation.
We are going in kind of assuming that there's probably some cultists in there. Though, I mean, last time they gave us stuff, so whether they would actually fire on us is to be... who knows. But if you want to give them a shot, you're the captain.
Is there an entourage mounting up for the cutter then?
Yes.
I will be coming. Can I roll to bring an entourage of mutants? Intimidate.
You can.
I wonder what that is. Don't have the book open.
Probably not good.
Why did you roll 1d74?
That's the type of mutants. They're probably like the ones that there's probably Zoidberg again.
No, you can't get mutants that are like above 75 on the mutant chart.
Oh, okay.
Not unless I let you roll that for a special situation, like Gaius got to because of the ship's warp exposure. Hodor got to as well, but he didn't get higher than 75, so that roll is pointless. Good news! Your mutants have a bonus to intimidate checks. Because they are minus 20 fellowship abominations.
Wait, minus 20 from their actual score, or actually minus 20 all, like, at base?
Minus 20 on fellowship tests to interact with normal people. But they gain plus 10 to intimidate. Because they are grotesque, scarred, deformed, bestial monstrosities.
Nice, I'm bringing 16 of them. They all have guns. These ones are going to be gun mutants. So I need to actually get good melee equipment.
I assume somebody has an astropath already.
The mutants can pack pistols.
Okay. Oh, so that means they can fight in melee. Cool.
Yes. Basically, each of your little groups has weapon loadout. Mutants can pack pistols and melee weapons. Right now, all the melee weapons are crude and improvised.
We'll get better ones.
Can I see about getting a little more medical treatment when we're in the cutter, since we're going into possibly a fight again?
I think you're at about the limits of what medical treatment can get for you right now. Well, short-term medical treatment. Obviously, long-term medical treatment can fix you up just fine.
Hey, maybe we can get the Friends of the Servitorizer to build you a new foot.
Forgive me if I'm a little more unsure about that, Lady Lord Captain.
They've got lots of experience.
And a lot of interest in me having more than a foot. Be metal.
That's entirely possible.
From what you saw, they exist in that bizarre imperial state, where they know how to make something, but not necessarily all the individual parts. Like, they can make you a servitor, but they could never make you the individual parts of the servitor, just the whole thing at once.
So probably not so much with a foot.
No. I'll have to decline.
Just take one of these corn worshippers, servitorize them, and then cut off their foot.
That's sounding even less pleasant.
I mean, not for you.
I don't know if I want corn on me.
I will gladly punch in Corn Worshipper face. Would you like me to go diplomacy with them?
I'll bring the diplomacy, you bring the punching if the diplomacy fails.
I think diplomacy is the name of his fist.
with 76 intimidate, I think I might be best suited for diplomacy instead of fighting.
You know there's a difference between diplomacy and coercion, right?
Yeah, not to Hodor.
Yeah, I don't think Hodor sees a line there.
Diplomacy, it's about getting what you want.
Okay, guys, I should probably take my walk down. I will be back later.
All right.
So I guess I'm staying on the cutter for now.
Yeah.
Have fun, guys. See you in a bit.
See ya.
Goodbye, Zennith.
Bye. Well, that solves the who gets the power over problem.
Well, Gaius is in pretty bad shape.
What
Ugh,
happened?
Gaius.
Why is he in bad shape?
What did he get hit by besides leprosy?
Oh, true.
Actually, haven't heard anything from Gaius yet tonight, have we?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, true.
Being very quiet tonight. Oh, that explains everything.
Permanently or
And I
non?
guess Josh is MIA.
Looks like it so far. He may magically pop up.
Okay.
My assumption, he's in a game that's full screen. Time got away from him. Skype is way too pussy about letting you know you're being messaged when you have a full screen thing up.
He's actually talking in
True.
Skype.
Is he?
I'm talking about Josh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's up with Josh.
Okay. So we're going in.
Yes. And to their credit, the cutter is met with a few odd bullet ricochets. Not organized. No massed fire. Certainly nothing anti-air or explosive. But there are some bullet pings off the hull.
Oh, this will be fun.
Any actual damage to the cutter?
Oh god, no.
Well, if they had those demon guns, who knows, so.
Yeah. There's no damage you guys are able to discern.
The cutter has 40 armor from the front. The weak point of it is the back, which has 30 armor. So, like, basically, if you're using a high-power Melta, you might be able to damage it, but otherwise, handheld weapon, like, I don't even think Hodor could punch a dent into the cutter.
What's its armor?
30 at the back, that's its weak point.
Yeah, I could punch a hole in the back.
Well, not punch a hole in the back, punch it to dent it.
Well, I mean, if you punched it enough with denting force, eventually there'd be a hole in it.
Yeah, that's true.
He is capable of causing hull point damage to it, albeit slowly.
Yeah, its structural integrity is 45, and then when it's in critical range, it always rounds up because the hull is reinforced. It's literally the tankiest of the ships that I saw in Into the Storm.
Right. Because it doubles as an APC.
Yeah, it's a good all-around workhorse kind of thing. From my understanding, it's not really a ship as much as it is a class of ship.
Well, that's kind of the case for all vehicles in 40K. You're looking at an empire of millions of worlds. There's going to be manufacturing differences.
True.
Technically, that's why a lot of the weapons in the book have so-and-so pattern preceding them. That's just the name of the planet that produces that particular model. And at the very least, whether you are, well, I are you consigning the Cornite Hive to oblivion?
I would assume so. They're kind of dicks. They already shot at us.
Shot at us, gave us demon weapons, assaulted our friends over at the Servitorizer's Hive. I mean, there's really no end to their list. Actually, I think I just came to the end of their list. But yes, they did shoot at us, and I did say that we were going to take the cutter to give them the opportunity to decide if they were going to shoot at us or not, and they did. Ooh, I heard something.
Hello?
Noises!
Hey.
Okay, awesome. Because I was like
Yay.
talking non-stop, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, now we can hear the witty quips for real.
Alrighty.
I knew someone else would have some input on this.
Yes. What was their input that seems to have been ignored?
My initial idea was to not go in there, but then we decided to try punching diplomacy, and I'm cool with that. I'd also like to get something financially out of this, so let's go for it.
Yeah, considering we probably won't be getting anything good with how bad our profit factor is, unless we roll God.
There's plenty good to take from off planet.
Plus, we've barely even checked out the rest of the system.
So do we just want to bomb this thing? Because
Gaius at least has the unique perspective of he wasn't there for. Well, I suppose he was there for the beginning to end of the demon weapon thing.
like, I caught the end of it, and I didn't like where that part went, so I feel like, weapon-wise, we probably shouldn't mess around with that too much.
Yeah.
This might be the one part of the planet that can actually outgun us.
If they have demon weapons, yeah.
I mean, we know they do.
Well, we know
Lucky
that.
for us, they can't shoot into orbit.
We didn't get all of them when they gave us weapons. We knew they had left over.
Yeah, and as I recall, those were simply the best of the best. So,
Which might just translate to the most mature demons, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other ones around. I mean, if you look at the possessed weapons as like eggs, they might be the closest to quote unquote hatching, and that's why they're the quote unquote best.
Well, they don't hatch out of the guns, do they? It's just like it's almost a bit with Warhammer, putting a demon in a gun is punishment for the demon.
I mean, I assume they hatched because when we blew them up, they crawled out.
Once more, I assume none of you have demonology or heresy.
No, I just Googled it. That's what it said on the wiki about demons and guns.
Right, I'm more noting in terms of things your characters would or wouldn't know.
Okay, no, nobody
yes,
has
this is a meta discussion that does not affect the choices our characters will make. It's simply an interesting discussion of the realities of the universe.
Yeah, the realities of it is we're talking demons here. There's hardly ever a definitive yes or no answer for this stuff. You could get closer to yes or no answers if you had demonology or heresy.
Yeah, so we definitely need like at least a priest, maybe two priests, like an old priest and a young priest.
Yeah, I say we just blow them from orbit. Screw it.
Yeah, but it's underground, isn't it? There's bound to be a lot that survive. Like it's.
Screw
Yeah,
it.
but I think enough will die that it'll be worth it.
I mean, we could always just be optimists and hope this smokes them out.
Well, I mean, it is a hive city, so presumably, yes, a lot of it's underground, but if the top comes down, it's going to be coming down into the underground. I say we just start from 5 miles outside and work our way in. With orbital fire, I mean.
Are we going to hang around and watch?
As they bomb it from orbit.
I mean, it's going to take them a while to put the guns and shoot it, but also in case something weird happens, it's not necessarily a bad idea to have eyes on the ground.
I'll stay around and watch.
Well, I mean, stay around and watch. If the cutter leaves, you're going to be on your own.
Yeah,
And you're going to have a really long way to look.
give me binoculars. Leave me with a contingent of mutants. I think I'll be fine.
Any chance we can get binoculars with a video camera in them? Or, I don't know, leave them a couple of servitor skulls with, like, scope eyes.
Definitely a thing to have guys with servo skulls there.
Well, if he's going to take a record, we should have a transmission copy of it, too. Okay, that sounds plan-like.
Alright, so I guess Hodor jumps out with his contingency of 16 mutants.
We should probably land first.
Well, I mean, we land and he jumps out.
Give me a barbecue. I can't watch an amazing. Can't watch an amazing bonfire without having a barbecue.
How about we just shoot a piece of with a las pistol and you use the fire pit to cook whatever you want?
Okay.
Wait, what are we shooting with the last pistol?
Just to make some wood light on fire. He's asking for a barbecue. I don't think we have a barbecue.
Probably not a barbecue grill handy now, but can easily set a bonfire going. I just we get a pig for him to cook over the bonfire or something.
Well,
I mean, you're from the underbelly of the ship. I assume you light garbage cans on fire to cook your beans all the time.
Yeah, a tree is like high class.
This is true.
well, it was from a death world before that.
Also a place that will teach you to light a fire.
I do not know how to cook over hoity-toity tree fire. Where is toxin char layer? Where is black smoke?
If it doesn't taste like burnt plastic, I can't eat it.
Okay. Time to watch these people burn.
So yes, we will set Hodor up with appropriate accommodations to watch and record, and then head up and give him something to watch and record.
Sounds good.
Okay, so Hodor has his contingent of diplomacy mutants?
Diplomacy mutant. Yes.
The one thing they excel at is adding to his intimidate checks. Technically, they're diplomacy mutants.
Diplomacy mutant.
A diplomatic corps only a mother could love. And even then, it's not a guarantee.
So, yeah, Hodor, presumably, he or his mutants, or he and his mutants, will probably hunt down some of the local wildlife and, tear them apart with their bare hands to have some snacks for the show.
Everybody loves snacks.
Everybody loves kung fu fighting.
I don't know. I find this to be a little bit frightening.
It was fast as lightning.
Also, they had perfect timing.
Yes, yes. See?
Anyway,
Everybody loves Kung Fu fighting.
so it is sometime having a nice cookout there with your hideous diplomacy mutants. Both the remainder of the crew, the mysteriously absent Lord Crispin, theoretically getting guns into position. Although we can probably say that you guys had the ship into firing position before you left.
It was always an open question.
You guys were running pretty hard on the probably going to orbitally bombard them angle.
That's true.
That's probably something that was prepared beforehand. So, massive shells are loaded into the macro cannons, and the las blaster atop the ship is prepared and charged. And so a hail of miniature suns and... How big are macro cannon shells? Crazy large.
Macro.
Possibly as big as the gun cutter. Not sure. They're big. When as those are raining down. So thunder and fire and just absolutely, once more, the fire of the gods rains from the skies.
Wonderful view.
This 6 biblical legends you've created since you found this planet?
Oh, their love biblical legend. This fire is so refreshing. Oh.
I hear if we get 10, they give us a free one.
Everybody, every mutant, a round of applause. Please. Because it's beautiful.
I think some of them don't have proper hands.
Clap your claws. If you have claws, clap them. If you have a stump, clap it. Stomp it.
These ones have hands. They might have more or less fingers than usual, that may or may not bend in the same directions as they normally would, but they have hands. And once more the skies of Martellus Prime are filled with the coiling smoke of absolute obliteration. As the already crumbled remains of the Hive City are blasted even more.
So blasted. Such ruin.
And I assume their surrounding countryside area, for what little that passes for.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hive City is sort of organically spread out into rural cityscape and then, into wilderness. Which, frankly, it's a testament to how broken down these hive cities are. The environment has actually gotten better.
Alright, so I'm watching this from orbit? I'm watching this from the ground?
Yeah. So, for you, it's kind of like being that dude watching nuclear blast in the distance. Although not actually nuclear. I should stress that point. But there is the massive thunder of macro cannon shells blasting away, even as far away as you presumably are. There's still pressure waves, dust and debris flying past you. I assume you are not putting the same stripping to the bedrock effort into this bombardment.
No, as far as I know, there isn't anything that needs that sort of eradication.
But the fire begins to die down, depending on your orders at least. Once there seems to be no appreciable cityscape remaining, just the charred ruins of what were already crumbling buildings.
Kind of want to put a sign down there now. Oh, it looks bad, but just you wait. A Gearite Seraphin Urban Renewal Project.
All right. Once fire died down, what do I see? Any sign of life?
It'd be a bit of a distance to get close enough where you would see life.
Well, don't have binoculars?
Oh, yeah, you do. And you are presumably on some higher ground, a ridge or a hill of some kind.
Let me roll.
So you've got an angle on this thing. And do an awareness check.
Ooh, I will fate point that. No, actually, before I fate point it, I'm gonna... You, mute it. I do not see anything. You please try. So I hand one of the mutants binoculars. Tell me what you see.
Hey, he rolled one worse than you did.
Pass it. You don't see anything? Give it to Jerry. Jerry has good eyes. So I'll give it to third mutant if third mutant can try.
I only have one eye, sir. But it's good.
It's figure of speech. You speak Gothic, you should know this.
But it doesn't. I can't see anything more out there. It's all just dust and smoke and ruins and a lot of fire.
Alright. Oh, you got me doing a Cockney accent now. Alright. Captain, I think everything down here is dead. I say through the microbead.
You'd have to have an astropath. Or
Oh,
maybe
do
a
I?
Vox.
Can I just use a microbead?
Well, microbead would be that's just microbead is a short range radio, and Vox is just
Okay.
radio. I mean, you can use a Vox thing, but it would be it would take some time.
Yeah, so I send up the Vox. Look like everything down here is dead.
Yeah, so you guys do get a Vox signal from the camp below. A little bit of a time delay.
Alright, so I'll have the Vox team send a message that we're on our way to pick him up. And I will ask Romeo to do a pass over the area so we can see what we have wrought.
Done and done.
Okay, so do an awareness check for Romeo's pass.
Everyone who's on the cutter?
Yeah, I suppose everyone who's on board the cutter would apply.
Did you pick me up first, or are you doing the pass now? Before I'm on the cutter.
Captain?
We can probably pick him up first. Let him
Okay.
get a good view of it too.
Okay.
Is this a tech use awareness?
No, this would just be looking out the window. You're out of range for the aspect scanner.
Holy shit.
You succeeded
Nice.
on a thing.
Romeo failed, but everyone else got it.
Yeah, did Gaius get it?
One moment, sorry. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm guessing that is a success for Gaius. Okay. So Romeo is a bit too focused on flying the actual ship. Though you do see the occasional straggling individual down there. It's a big area. It's a big area, so they are very occasional. Just sort of a dark form that you glimpse through the smoke and wreckage staggering about.
Captain, shall we go put them out of misery?
I don't understand how we left any survivors in the first place.
I think we give it a couple hours and they'll be out of their misery.
I don't trust any of them to be not demons.
Yeah, like how did they survive an orbital bombardment, please?
Shelter. I mean, like, it's an underground city also, like, it's almost like a bunker. Like, the city itself is built like a bunker.
I don't think hive cities are really underground. I'm pretty sure they're more just like giant towers. I mean, by the time you get to the bottom, they basically are effectively underground, more or less. But I'm pretty sure that most of them are actually above ground.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's parts of them that go underground as well. But functionally, a hive city is just where someone started making a city and then just kept making a city for ever and ever and ever.
Oh, okay. I always have this idea in my head about hives being like underground and stuff.
They're primarily above ground. I mean, but they may have, dug down underground just to get extra space when they found out they couldn't build up anymore. But it's basically where someone made a city, and then made a city on top of that city, and then put a city on top of that city, over and over and over until they just ran out of space.
Okay.
Which is why these places are in such bad condition after being left so long. But still survive after being left so long, because there's just too damn much of them to go away.
Well, you say that.
Short of atomizing that place, there's still going to be hive ruins there.
Speaking of atomizing, that there are survivors really freaks me out. There should not be survivors from an orbital bombardment on this scale.
Well, you were orbitally bombarding something that was on a similar scale to the orbital bombardment.
I mean, we could just throw this baby into Skimmer and do a drive-by.
Well, the point of the bombardment was to eradicate this nest of heretics. There's no point if they have survivors leaving carrying the seeds of heresy further. See, I can talk the talk.
Then somebody should jump into this co-pilot chair. Usually it's Thaddeus, but anyone's got decent ballistic strengths. If not, I can take care of it myself. But you get to fire really big guns if you want to fire really big guns.
I have a 48 in ballistic skill.
How many degrees of success was that for Gaius, that 14?
I don't think I figured out how to calculate that yet.
Basically, it's just every 10 under the appropriate attribute. What's your perception?
38, so I think it's 2 degrees? 2.5?
The decimals are generally less important than the
big number.
yeah. Yeah, 38 you said?
Yep.
Yep, that'd be 2. 2 degrees of success. Okay. Hodor is the only person who does notice one other thing. You are a little ways away, so the details are hard to pick out, especially through the haze of the post-bombardment smoke and pollution. But you do see 2 survivors who appear to come upon each other. and immediately set to trying to tear each other apart.
Yeah, I think this whole thing's just kinda burn itself out.
No reason we can't help it along, though.
Right, so does anyone beat a 48 ballistic skill?
Romeo does, but he can only operate the front-mounted cannons. He can't do the side-mounted cannons.
Yes, we were talking about for the other seat. So obviously Romeo's out of the running.
Well, so the way it works is there's two pilot-operated long-barrel autocannons in the front, and then there is a front left and a front right facing twin-linked heavy bolters on the sides. So he can't use the heavy bolters, but he can shoot the autocannons from the front or from the pilot seat.
Alright, so unless anyone beats a 48, I'm the one expanding your field of fire here.
And, an armsman.
Your armsman would have 45.
Yeah. But even if so, I don't know if anybody else is willing over 45 weapon or ballistic skill. Other than the captain, obviously.
Don't think so. I know Hodor is very, very punching focused.
I like to punch. You cannot shoot worth crap.
You can throw a guy really far, though.
I can.
That is a
cannot
copy. I just put in an image of the cutter's stats. You can get the guns on there, too.
What is this picture for Ant?
It has to be at least 13 times that size. But yeah, you want to let's just gun him down. Let's do it.
But yeah, so in that case, it is two of those fucking heavy bolters just running on those guys, on the remaining survivors.
Please note that
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
you get a plus 20 from full auto fire, but you take a minus 20 whenever you fire any gun from a moving ship. It's just rules. So effectively plus 0.
Okay. Functionally not that important here.
Oh, this is such sissy way to deal with these people. You fight like little girl.
Little girl with a big gun. That is one success.
Alright. Yeah, you guys successfully perform your Vietnam-style strafing run on the few remaining stragglers that you see. You fly around, picking them off here and there. Nice bursts of explosive autocannon fire and bolter fire.
If any of them survive that, we can let Hodor punch them.
Nah, there's no point. Especially after being just called a sissy, I'm not going to do him any favors like landing my ship.
There's still technically a lot of under the Hive City, even after a bombardment like that. But the rest of the Hive has collapsed in on that pretty effectively. Kind of like a mine collapse situation.
If we're really concerned, we can check back, because I'm sure that they're going to crawl out at some point, but otherwise I'd call this sewn up.
At the very least, it will be a while before any remnants rise to present another problem. Hopefully.
So that leaves what? Two more? Two more places we're going to? Two more hive cities?
Well, I mean, one of them is more of a formality because you already met the people.
I thought there was 6 total, right? So we had the servitors, the corn worshippers, the herald, the... Oh yeah, right, the tribes that we basically obliterated.
Yes.
So you
So
had
yeah.
2 more.
2 more.
For efficiency's sake, let's cut that to 5.
Cool.
Didn't we just?
Nice.
So at least the other people, you only bombarded their diplomatic party, not their entire society.
Well, that was mighty merciful of us.
Someone should tell Hodor that story. I bet he loves it.
No, I do.
He's seen the videos.
Oh, those videos.
But yes, so there is only one inhabited hive remaining. There's other hives out there, or at least the remains of them. But they're in even worse condition and not showing any signs of people living there, as far as you can tell. I mean, a lot of these hive cities have been, had overgrowth come up over them. But some of the others are almost indistinguishable from mountains at this point.
All right, last one.
What has the Augur Array found out about them?
Nothing too telling. There seems to be activity down there. Detecting the definitive leavings of crops being grown, fires going here and there. There's definitely people living down there.
Okay, no industrial pollution or unusual energy sources?
Nothing that the aspect scanners can discern, no. It's in about as shitty condition as the average hive on this planet. But still standing enough that there's people living in there somewhere.
Well then, let us take a closer look.
Alright.
Full team this time, because we might actually be getting out.
Yeah.
Thought that was pretty unlikely on the other side, and we had mutants.
But yeah, so coming upon the great crumbling wreck of, crumbling ruins of the last inhabited hive city on Martellus Prime.
Did they shoot at us?
Nothing as of yet.
That's an excellent start. Look how much wiser they are than the other city. Oh, we should probably, when we were back up on the ship, have informed the children of the machine that we were bombarding their enemies if they wanted to watch.
Okay. I think you did still have the Children of the Machine diplomatic party with you.
We did, and they're linked to the mainframe.
They are. Although linked may be a rather misleading term.
Well, I asked them before, and it was established that they could contact the actual machine. So
Yeah, the one who's in more of tech priesty robes and hunched over like one, basically is an enormous Vox transmitter. Just a walking Vox transmitter.
Johnny B. radio set.
Yeah, so the children of the machine are quite thankful for the obliteration of their savage, frequently raiding neighbors. They were apparently responsible for the destruction of many such combat-oriented children of the machine. Though interestingly, it is noted they didn't suffer many losses of their farmers to them.
Huh, maybe they could have been approached diplomatically if we didn't eradicate them from the Earth.
Ah, well, no sense in crying over spilled milk.
Or maybe just the cultists like to fight.
They're like orcs, and we've gone and destroyed a utopian society.
Anywho, in this case, you don't see the same kind of fields that you saw outside of, well, any of the other hives thus far.
Are they a different kind of fields, or are there no fields?
There are no fields. You see the remains of what looks like they might have been fields at one time, abandoned farming settlements.
Huh.
This already smells bad.
And we're in a closed environment. Okay, so, how's the city look closer in?
Well, it didn't look that great when it was first built because it was already a hive city, and it looks even worse now.
Okay, are there any people moving around it anywhere?
Not that you're detecting from outside, although that isn't too unusual. You don't often get those pings. Aside from, in the fields, but those were already established to be apparently abandoned and empty.
Yeah, so what are they eating? So, main gate, can we find one?
Yeah, there are several of the main entry points.
Yeah, I guess pick the least wrecked of them and set down near it.
Okay.
No apparent reaction from anyone from the UFO settling on their lawn?
Doesn't appear to be anyone around to react to it.
Alright, Hodor, you're on point.
Okay. Time for some action.
If it moves, punch it.
My guess is that
I bring mutant retinue with me.
If it moves aggressively, punch it. We'd like to try to have a diplomatic relationship with these people.
assuming there's even people in there.
This is final hive area, correct?
Yes.
Yes, last one.
Okay.
When the augurs pick up movement or life, they can't necessarily define if it's human, right?
No, they're not precise enough for that.
Yeah, so let's assume there's even people in here to diplomacy with, but I would have put my money on at this point.
They're definitely picking up the signs of civilization. Albeit...
Hodor, if it's not as obviously people as your retinue, punch it.
Sounds good, Captain.
To be fair, his retinue is not that obviously people.
Yes, but given the planet situation, I figured I should leave some latitude.
Yes. Pretty much anyone on this planet could roll on the exact same chart his retin-A does. And anything in particular you guys are bringing with you?
Power armor and that trusty shuriken catapult.
Power armor and the sword of captainly might. And my scanner if I roll.
Oh yeah, and 2 pistols at this point. One of which is good for command, one of which is good for luck.
Right.
Thaddeus isn't here, so I'm just taking it.
Power armor and that thing that shoots holes in things.
Wait, you have power armor?
Do I have power armor? I thought I was getting power armor because skin.
There's only you might have regular armor, but I think there's only 2 suits of power armor.
Okay.
And Romeo dibs one of them, so.
Technically, the big suit is Romeo's suit.
Yeah, it's actually got his crest on it and everything. He paint jobbed it.
As I recall, it's not a very tasteful paint job, though, is it?
No,
It's more of a Megas XLR thing.
kind of. He does have a crest that has an albatross on it.
But, let's see. And armed forces you guys are bringing with you?
I'm bringing whole muted retinue.
Yeah, obviously.
Royal Guard.
Obviously, Hodor just has whatever random people he could scoop up.
Swath of mutants.
And is there just a standard loadout of people that, say, Zephyr brings with her?
Yeah, I think I actually laid out a pretty good loadout last time.
Let's see, that was 2 tech priests, right?
I believe 2 tech priests, one of the psychic guys that starts with an A that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Astropath.
Yes, one of those. With Jedi mind trick powers.
Yes, which they can do. Let's see, and then I know... How many murder servitors?
How many can I have?
Was it just the rest?
I think I might allow myself 2 red shirts and the rest murder servitors.
Okay, so that'd be 3 murder servitors, 2 red shirts, 2 tech priests, and astropath.
That's a pretty captainly retinue.
Okay, and what's Gaius's personal people look like?
I thought I had mutants with me, and that they went with Hodor.
Well, you basically can pull your own mutants from your little research cabal. Whatever you want to call it.
Then
But,
I shall...
But you do have the option of, like, regular ship soldiers.
I think I'm gonna go with regular soldiers this time around, just because we have so many mutants with us already.
Yeah, okay. Alright. And what's Romeo bringing with him?
I can't bring servitors, right?
No, anyone can bring servitors.
Anyone can bring servitors? Then,
You can bring 2 labor servitors or 1 murder servitor.
okay. How many points do I have?
4.
Okay. I'm gonna go 2 murder, 1 tech priest, and I get 2 for 1 armsman, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then, yeah. 2 red shirts, 1 tech priest, 2 servitors.
Okay, and any of you people who are bringing armsmen, are any of them medics?
Oh, one of mine's a medic.
I would like to bring a medic as well.
Okay. Basically, they are armsmen who can't dodge and take shots for you.
But can do medical stuff, so.
But yes, they can attempt to treat you guys. if you are injured.
Which is the thing that happens.
Yes.
All right, so you're rolling out with 16 mutants. Let's see, what is that? 5 murder servitors, 12 armsmen, 2 medics, and 3 tech priests. And an astropath. Hooray! So your group moves in towards the hive.
Yes, keeping watch on all sides.
Okay. Well, it's looking... continues to look very desolate. The great main gate, its doors aren't closed, just sort of hanging there. Well, not really hanging there, but lodged open. Anything that was of remotely uncertain structural integrity had fallen away long ago. They're mostly rusted and overgrown in place at the moment.
I have to admit, I expected more of a welcoming committee.
Can't say I'm complaining too much. I'm sure we'll find something to punch at some point.
It is entirely possible. So, barring any interesting events, I would say that we continue advancing.
All right. Well, things do not look progressively better the deeper you make it. And deeper is quite an operative word. There's really nothing worth examining on the surface of the hive at this point. You are descending into it.
Odor loves spelunking. He lived underground his entire life.
The undercity of a hive and the underdecks of a ship aren't that dissimilar.
Right, is someone keeping a map?
The tech priests are running auto maps off of their servo skulls.
Excellent. Good job, guys.
Things continue to be quite desolate for some time until you finally come to your first sign of anything remotely interesting having happened here in the past few thousand years. Looks like there was a relatively large cave-in in the primary entry hall. There are the remains of some people sticking out of it, though they're decayed to bones at this point.
So there were people here long enough ago that there's no flesh, but not so long ago that there's no bone.
As would appear.
Or they just got picked over.
Well, it does look to be a situation of age. There's definitely thick layers of dust on everything in here, save for the areas that are broken by the footprints of this or that little animal, rats or their equivalents.
Well, I'm pretty sure multicutters work pretty good on stone too, right?
We could just punch through a stone.
In this case, it's a cave-in of scrap metal, but same principle.
Sounds beautiful.
Can I see if I punch through it?
You can certainly go to trying to punch that shit. You guys have a variety of things that can try to get through there.
Do I know that he's going to start punching it?
Yes,
walking-
you know that Hodor, who has proclaimed his interest in punching things at every opportunity, is going to punch this obstacle. He's on point, so
All right.
you
So
can probably see him walking towards it.
Yeah,
Do I
Romeo just doesn't
automatically
get
hit
that
it?
close to it.
or I'm just punching a wall, right? You have to make a weapon skill test.
No. I mean, it's pretty obvious he's about to punch it because the power fist that he has will suddenly spark to life, arcing with electricity.
All right.
Romeo just takes a few steps back.
As he, as his power fist lights up, Order slams it into the stone walls as hard as he can.
Metal wall.
Metal wall, sorry.
Technically, it's a metal cave-in. But yes. So he does punch a pretty nice chunk out of there. Bits go flying, things sizzling as they're incinerated by the power field.
Has he in fact punched through it, or has he punched just into it?
He has punched into it. It does appear to be fairly thick, although it does also look like progress could be made.
Well, it may be that, yeah, I'm sitting here theorizing about how this probably isn't the main entryway anymore since the collapse, and we might want to go around, and Hodor's like, Hodor, punch! Hodor, punch!
My lords, if we are going to attempt digging through, we may wish to take structural integrity into account. Some supports.
I was
Good
about
idea.
to mention that.
This is probably not best course of action. I will stop.
Alright, so, looking at the second punch hole, does it look like it's going to be worth the effort to try and to dig our way through it, or should we just go around?
Well, you can't speak to worth in particular.
I mean, are we going to be here all day if we let him punch through?
Well, if you're just letting him punch through, possibly. I mean, there is also you have a sword, a melt pistol, 3 priests with power axes, and several murder servitors with melta cutters. You guys would be able to dig through, although the tech priests would need to construct something like, tunnel supports, so the whole thing didn't just collapse in on you.
Well, it's a good thing we have a big pile of metal here to use for supports. And we've got all these tools to cut and weld it with.
Although, admittedly, the melta pistol has very little ammo.
While we're taking care of this, would one or two of the tech priests mind sending scouting servo skulls? If we're going to be here for a bit, we might as well get something out there to try to map a layout.
They can do so, although it is quite expansive, the area outside.
Oh, I don't expect them to map out the whole thing. I'm just saying that it's going to be hilarious egg on our face if right around the corner there's another door that we can just walk in.
They do send their skulls out to do a little scouting expedition for you guys, whilst you punch and hack and murder servitor your way through the massive cave-in. Whilst the tech priests themselves go about using the scrap to try and reinforce some kind of tunnel.
Yes, having all this fall on my head would be terrible.
It takes a while, good part of the day. But you are eventually able to carve out a usable hole. With enough supports to make sure it won't collapse in on you anytime in the immediate future. And with enough space to get Hodor through.
Always an important quality in a tunnel.
And Romeo. They're both the same size right now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Beyond the collapse, it is just ink blackness. Obviously, you have a variety of means to counteract that.
Hodor, what do your muted eyes see?
Love that Lord of the Rings. Love that Lord of the Rings fucking line drop, I guess. What do I see? I can see perfectly fine in darkness.
Yeah,
I actually think I've enhanced vision to see in darkness.
I'm not sure if it's seeing better in darkness or not. But I know you're not penalized by it.
Dark side. Creature with a straight sees normally even in areas of total darkness and never takes a penalty for fighting in areas of dim or no lighting.
Yeah, so you just don't suffer any penalties.
Okay.
I mean, either way, right now, if we have the option to scout without turning on a light and letting everything know of our presence, whatever is in there, it's better that we just get someone to scout real quick.
But yeah, do an awareness check. See what you can see. Does anyone else have anything giving them equivalent dark sight?
Dennet has dark
Scanner?
sight.
Yeah, Denif has dark sight. Thaddeus has the prey sense,
Fate
and the
point.
Auspex scanner might work on this depending on what you say.
Okay, fate point. So, first one was a fail. This one is not.
Okay, and sure, the captain can do an off-spec scan. Decent off-spec scan.
Nailed it.
Though the off-spec scanner does have little lights and bits on it, it's not casting a scythe of light like a flashlight would. Okay, this area reads a bit differently. Hodor, you can see some signs of life here. The dust doesn't seem quite as built up. There's crude constructs all through the halls. Not necessarily homes or anything of the sort, at least not here. It's a fairly tight, typical corridor. Actually, not that tight, it is fairly large, but the constructs here do not appear to be meant for housing. But there has been a lot of tribal decoration. A lot of bones, crudely worked metal.
Captain, I see pretty primitive tribal structure.
Are
Nothing.
the bones human, or do they look like big humans, or do they look like not human?
A mixture. They
Got
definitely include human.
But as far as we can tell, it looks like they also might include Martellin.
When dismembered, unless there's a skull, you guys would have a very hard time telling Martellin and human bones apart at a distance.
Okay, got it. Except for maybe size, but even then, mutants, so who
Yeah.
knows? Okay.
And Captain, you are definitely reading signs of increased particle count here. Definitely more organic matter in the air. There's signs of fires, recent ones.
I would communicate this to the rest of the team.
Lovely.
So
Rebreathers
someone's
on
been
just
here.
in case.
What was that,
What, just in
Romeo?
case?
Rebreathers on just in case. Not for me and Captain, obviously. We're vac sealed.
Probably a pretty good call, guys. They're your lungs, but
Yeah.
I'll be right back real quick.
I mean, worst case scenario, these guys are Nurgle cultists anyway, so it's not a bad idea.
So, to what, get filtered? Get, like, oxygen systems and stuff?
Basically, they're just fancy gas masks.
Yeah, let's do it.
I kind of just assume that Romeo like always has one on him, just because like stuff gets gnarly.
Indeed, we want all of the gnarl to be on their side.
Okay, back.
Welcome back.
So forward into the darkness.
Yes, with lights, I believe.
Yeah, we should probably get lights on. There wasn't nothing in the doorway that could jump us as far as we could tell, so...
Yeah, there's definitely the signs that things live in this environment, but nothing that you would immediately see.
Okay.
So winding deeper into the hive with a
We are.
horde of mutants, cyberized and conventional humans in tow.
Romeo's got gun on hand, or he's currently wielding his gun.
Alright, you are trudging your way through still seemingly desolate, uninhabited hallways for a bit longer. Well, they show signs of habitation, but you haven't actually seen any of the inhabitants. But you have come across the occasional little shanties, hovels of one kind or another, made out of mixture of leathers, repurposed scrap, that sort of thing.
Go ahead and take a peek inside some of those.
Little chests, boxes, little wicker baskets, and the thing. Yeah, I guess they'd still be baskets. Various wicker baskets that are filled up with all sorts of scrap, some with some sort of cultivated fungus that seems to have been harvested.
Huh. You mentioned particulate from fires. Have we found any fire remnants?
There is a fire remnant in the little hut you're looking in. It is currently out, though.
Warm, hot, cold?
Cold. It is cold.
Okay.
There's a pot that was over the fire, but it looks like its contents were left a long time ago.
So we didn't necessarily clear this hall by being very noisy, clearing the way to this hall.
Doesn't seem like it. Or at the very least, if you had, whoever lived here hadn't cooked in a while before that.
Okay, take a sample of the fungus to analyze.
Alright, your analysis means are somewhat limited here on the ground, but I assume your intent is to take it back up to the ship at some point.
Yeah, I mean, bleh. I'm assuming that the Auspex scanner has some tricordery-like properties.
Some.
So yes, if I get any interesting information I can pick up off the fungus, I would, and then we'll do whatever analysis we can on the ship.
Okay, do a tech use on that, running the aspect scanner over it.
That's unfortunate.
Nothing of particular note you pull. It doesn't seem poisonous as far as you can tell. But that's about the limit of what you're able to pull off of the fungus.
That's fine. We'll have an analysis of it chipboard. I didn't expect to get much. Onward and inward, I suppose.
Yes. But so you are traveling for some time. Say maybe half an hour, an hour? Most of you lack actual timepieces. When you all find yourself having to make awareness checks, go.
One degree of success.
Yeah.
What?
You
You nailed it. You hit your number exactly.
So you succeeded, but you got no degrees of success if degrees are relevant. And tech use can be used here, yes. The aspect scanner can work. Relevance. Would work if it had worked.
Yeah. I think I might fate point that. And by might, I mean gonna. There we go. That's how this device works.
Okay. So your fairly large procession through the halls is, occasionally split up, reforms, little scouting groups. Hodor does hear a bit of a yelp. And the captain detects some flashes of movement on the aspects.
There's something here. Defensive perimeter.
I'm gonna point in the direction the scanner indicated and say movement that direction.
Notably, in that direction, there is one less mutant in your group.
Tightened up formation. Defensive perimeter. Guns ready. Overwatch. I bellow into the darkness. Show yourself, or you will see firsthand what I can do. And listen, firsthand, it was a pun intended. Anyway, I'm going to roll intimidate for that, and that is a success.
That was a very good success on Intimidate for Hodor. So presumably the hallway is filled with all kinds of threatening light. At least crackling energy over a giant fist and a sword. Blazing point of hellfire as a melta-pistol is engaged. Romeo doesn't really produce a lot of scary light, does he?
no.
I mean,
Once he gets a jump pack up and running, of course he will. But for now, not really.
Maybe from the eyes, they might have a scary glow. Because of the armor.
Yeah, I
this
kind of
is why I
feel like
reckon the Schlock's blast gun is like the melta pistol.
It is that. So the whole group drops into defensive positions as best they are able. Do roll a command for Hodor.
Command?
Yes.
Do I get? What is this command for?
Getting your dudes into defensive positions and shit.
Okay. They're mutants, so I get a plus 10.
You do get a plus 10.
That's a fail.
Yeah, the plus 10 is irrelevant. So
That
they're
would have been
not.
a fail if it was your intimidate. Wow.
I scared my own people.
They're not like abjectly refusing orders or anything. It's just they're more of a chaotic rabble of men.
If you can call them that.
Especially because they're, scared. One of them was picked off in the darkness, barely made a sound, but did make a sound. So everything falls deathly quiet after Hodor's proclamation to the darkness, followed by a few squelching noises.
Is my scanner showing me the direction of movement?
Yes.
Right, so I'd keep pointing to it. Are we still not able to get lights in this thing?
You've got lights on the area, but there's a lot of twisting hallways and debris here. You don't see anything as of yet. But after a few moments, the squelching ceases. And you hear a dim metallic scrape start to draw closer from around the corner with the lights on. And from around the corner comes a...
Oh, sorry, Overwatch. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely declared when...
Yeah, whoever followed my orders is also in an Overwatch.
Yeah. Automatically firing on whatever comes around?
Not Romeo. Who wants to see it first?
I'm gonna say wait for my signal. I have my power fist up in the air and my shield in my other arm. The wait for signal.
Alright. Well, from around the corner then comes what appears to be, albeit heavily mutated, a human of some description. Tip of a metal spear trailing along the ground, leaving a little pen line of blood as he goes.
You will step no further. Halt.
The figure stops, staring at Hodor, head listing this way and that. It does squint painfully. An arm coming up to sort of block its face as it comes into your lights.
Well, it speaks Gothic.
No, it just doesn't like the lights.
Captain, do you wish to talk to this creature?
This might be the first time it's ever seen light in its entire lifetime. Well, aside from fires.
You gradually pick up on more movement, more rustling and clanking around you. Start seeing little bits of movement in other side halls from behind debris.
He brought friends.
Well, we were looking to meet the people.
Mutant. Where are my people? You have 10 seconds to answer me before I have you vaporized. Where are my people?
Your people.
I do not have my full retinue with me. They've been picked off in this darkness. Where are my people?
Technically they only got one, but they did get one.
Oh, okay, I thought they got more. Where is my man?
It stares at you for a moment. Hard to tell exactly what it's thinking. And it starts to look back towards the direction it came from. There's some more rustling. And another figure emerges, very similar to the others that you're seeing, similar mutations. And it has a hunk of scarred, bestial, mutated flesh in its hand. Brings it up to its mouth, rips off a bit like a piece of jerky. Inside some of us.
Fire! Everything shoots. I charge towards the thing that just spoke with my power fist. Ready, and I want to just literally pulverize him into the ground. I literally want to I'm lost in a rage right now.
Well, that is more than acceptable. Initiatives for people. Hooray!
While I love what Hodor brings to the table, he's certainly going to make diplomacy difficult for people who eat first and ask questions later.
In
Oh,
all
good.
fairness, they did eat somebody.
Yes, they did.
That happened.
Oh,
And they did not ask permission.
Oh, what's my initiative? I think it's +6 again. Because I'm using the power weapon.
You are using your chosen weapon, yes.
Yeah, this was potentially diplomatically salvageable if he hadn't opened fire, but I'm not all that disappointed that he did.
He fucking ate my subjects.
And that would be why I'm not all that disappointed he did. Eating people is a definitely antisocial trait.
10 for Romeo.
Alright. Well,
Yep.
you eat my comrade! The only way left is to get him out of you. And then I charge at him.
Eating people is not a very charismatic trait.
I mean, I don't know if he specifically ate parts of him, but I mean, I'm not going to argue with you.
He
I'm
just
not gonna
bit a
argue
piece
with
of
you.
mutated flesh.
Yeah, no, he was actually in our faces eating part of him.
No, the guy who came from around the corner
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
was
trying to
eating
do.
one of them. The guy who's actually talking, you hadn't personally seen him eat anybody yet.
But we can assume that he
But
helped
once
take
again,
him
I'm
down
not
because he's
arguing with you.
got a bloody spear, so blood's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah,
Didn't seem like he was defending our comrade with that spear.
Alright. How are we setting this up?
Hodor has been established to be on point already.
Alright, so
I'm probably in the middle of the group with my retinue.
where's the hallway?
it's a fairly big, twisty hall.
Okay.
Random mutants around, coming out of the woodwork.
Who's this one right here?
Okay, if we're organizing it with Hodor on point, this would be the guy who was talking.
Alright, are you rolling initiative for my retinue?
Basically, I'm just going to have your guys' retinues go on your turns.
Okay.
Yeah, Romeo was bringing up the rear.
Alright, so I guess I have a retinue of mutants. Actually, wait, I'm gonna move that. I have one here. And I have... Actually, there's probably a lot of them. There's probably 2 squares worth. If I have 7 on one side and 8 on the other.
Alright.
What was that? Do you think that would take up 2 squares each?
Easily could.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, can I direct our murder servitors to prioritize holding our line over going out and killing?
I don't know if that's murder servitor's thing.
Well, it's not as though there probably won't be killing here. I just don't want us to get too split up.
It is one of the inherent downsides of murder servitors.
Honestly, we probably don't even need to flip. We probably don't even need to engage its kill switch. As far as we know, they're using primitive weapons.
Ah. Okay, there we go. My little cursor was doing weird things.
Be good, little cursor. Be good.
So this is the guy that was eating my comrade? Okay.
Blue was talking, red was eating.
Okay.
Came from this direction. But yeah, so Hodor can do his thing.
I point to the one that was eating our comrade. I shout out, "That one is mine!" And then I'm going to move up to him. And I'm going to attack him with a power fist.
Not that it's relevant, I don't think, but are attacks of opportunity a thing? It feels as if we asked this question before.
I know we've asked the question before, but I don't actually recall what the answer was. I know that he wouldn't have provoked one yet in 5th Ed.
Okay, I'm going to fate point that. And that is a hit.
Okay.
It's a good thing we got the lucky pistol off you. You've rolled 2 96s tonight.
Yeah. And damage.
Okay, so, is he vaporized or just heavily burnt? He's dead.
Does that get Righteous Fury?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would Righteous Fury, so you can pack another d10 onto that for whatever relevance it has.
I was trying to figure out what his cap was, and I was like, well, it would be at 45, except that he would get Righteous Furies of those, and then, oh my.
Can I do 2-weapon fighting? Can I hit the other guy with my shield? Like, spin around and...
Did you dump that big XP thing on 2-weapon fighting?
I did.
I think you would have to be against the same target.
Okay.
I don't think you can split targets without a special thing.
You could with the pistols, though.
For a target not found.
You could within a certain arc. This guy would be behind you. Right now I'm going to say you can't, at least in this situation, but it's something we can look up.
Okay.
But yeah, so that is a very unfortunate cannibalistic mutant.
What happens to him?
Fortunately, you guys are not fighting people who have large stores of bullets on them, unlike every other time you've done horrible things to people. So nobody is exploding.
Are you sure? You hit him pretty hard.
Well, okay, nobody is, like, literally exploding in terms of, oh my god, we're being shot at by the bullets they had on them.
If Zennith were here, I am sure that, he could be covered with gore still.
Also, I'd like to confirm that attacks of opportunity are in fact a thing. Move. If a character moves away from an opponent with whom he is engaged, that opponent may take a free standard attack action against the active character.
Okay.
So
Although
exactly like 5th edition.
I'm within 5 feet.
Yeah, I'm not sure
you
if he's
haven't
actually
moved away from him since you've moved close. He
yeah.
hasn't. He's been in the same range the whole time.
Yeah, it says if you're in melee, and I don't think you've actually exited melee range.
Nah,
Yeah.
hasn't.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. So that guy is, yeah, pretty thoroughly. You just pound him right square in the chest.
To be fair, as first meeting massacres go, this is probably the most justified one we've had.
It is that.
And what happens to his chest? Does he just go flying back and smear against the wall?
You probably do send some of him flying back, although that's hardly in the majority of the shit that happens to him. Basically, you smash him square in the chest with that power fist. It just collapses him. The power field is sparking over him, vaporizing bits of his clothes and armor, which there isn't much of to speak of.
That's terrible. My headset cut out while you were describing the horrible things that happened.
I hope you enjoyed the last meal. And then I'm going to have these guys fire a volley at the mutants on the right. There's 8 of them. I guess there'd be 7 on the right. Fire a volley at the first mutant.
Oh, there went the talkie one.
Basically, they can fire 2 volleys
Yes, I'm going to fire 1 volley at this guy.
at the Taki mutant.
Yeah, and then I'm going to wait and see if he dies before I fire the next one.
Nope. Abysmal failure on their part. They're just bullets sparking everywhere.
All right, and then I'm going to fire him with the next volley.
Very similar results. So there's just like bullets sparking and arcing all over everything in the hall and hitting nothing.
Okay, this guy's dead.
But okay. So both of the both of the volleys expended.
Yep.
And of course, in addition to this thing's chest being crushed and most everything of its general chest area just being straight incinerated, the energy of the power fist arcs over the rest of his body, completely igniting him in flames. And as your fist was actually buried inside of him, the fire sort of spreads throughout the interior as well. There's not a lot of liquid popping that would upset Denov, but certainly his eyes do boil from the inside. It's actually noted on the chart.
Can I pick his? I want to pick his burning body up and throw it at the other mutants.
That would need to be a next turn thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
But the chart does note that his eyes do boil and burst like something about eggs.
If you put eggs in the microwave, they actually detonate.
Like
so I'm
that,
assuming it's like, yeah.
Okay, Romeo.
So I'm gonna set an Overwatch, 45 degrees out behind him, or to the south, and he's gonna get his tech priest. If the tech priest finds it suitable, he will tell him to send a servo skull scouting out forward. The inhabitants aren't nice, but also this place has been cocooned for a while, so there's actually a decent chance of RKO tech.
Right. Okay. So, and since he was on Overwatch, I suppose you can also make your Overwatch fire and your regular action.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Since, yeah, Overwatch would mean, I guess you were explicitly Overwatched on this dude, so.
Yeah, and I wasn't gonna, that's why I didn't take it. There's too many people in the way.
Right. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable.
But I'm gonna Overwatch at the back just so I can try to get an extra dude or two in that fire. But for now, he's waiting on it. He's waiting for a nicer spread. But he's actually like none too worried about these dudes. He's in power armor, like he cares about these guys.
Right. Anything of note he is having his dudes do? Besides the tech priest sending Skull out?
Armsmen can also take overwatches in the same direction he's taking.
Okay, so they have their las rifles up and ready at your back row.
Yeah, he also tells his company to basically stay behind him. Like he said, he's in power armor. He's not worried about spears.
Well, he does have two murder servitors.
That's true, but he doesn't want to. But unless the captain's unleashing hers, he's not unleashing his.
Right.
If the captain wants them to stick together, he's not worried enough to actually just let the servitors go free.
Yeah, yeah. But okay, so Captain. Mutants on the left, mutants on the right, mutants to the front, mutants behind.
Hit me with a melee weapon. Okay. I'm going to move this way and hold our left flank. Yeah, I can command all three spaces of the corridor there. And have my murder servitors hold the right if I can do that.
Well, you can leave them standing there.
Well, I mean, I can have my tech priest over there directly managing them, right?
Yeah, your tech priest can spend his time directly managing your murder servitors.
So yeah, just holding the sides and waiting for people to come in to attack if they're going to.
Alright, Gaius.
Alright.
Surrounded by mutant cannibals.
Yes. Lovely.
Although you are in the middle of a pack of a lot of people.
Yes.
People.
But it looks like our right flank has a pretty good opening there, so...
Well, theoretically, all those people you brought with you are filling in a lot of gaps here.
Okay.
You and everybody else. Yeah, so you've got 10 dudes with guns with you at least.
Can I order them to fire?
You can do that.
I would like to do that. Since they are keeping me alive right now.
You also have your magnificent gun.
Yes.
What does, any particular target you're having your dudes try to pick off?
I think once we secure this right side, we'll be able to focus more on the immediate threats around us.
Okay, so your dudes are massing fire into the hall?
Yep.
I have threat to the front. Do not worry about front threat. I can handle.
Oh, I am not worried about the front.
Okay, so there is mass lasgun fire down this corridor. Besides being cut by your various torches, the walls are lit red by numerous bursts of laze fire that arc down into the darkness and scorch the shit out of the front of this mutant.
Alright.
They may not have much of anything in the ways of armor penetration, but these things' armor doesn't seem to be too great in the first place.
We should just teleport like 200 murder servers down and let them go to town in the city.
Good idea long term, at least.
Nah. Assuming we could find them all again, sure, but we can't assume that, and we also can't assume there's anything down here worth even risking one servitor for.
But okay. And so where's Gaius landing his shot, or pumping his shot?
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead to Mr. Talkie Mutant?
Yes.
Okay. Shoot him in his fat talking mouth.
Hate his talking mouth. Okay. Yes. That is a thing. And calculating damage. It's 2d10 plus 8, right? I had it written down somewhere.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah!
Oh, another D10.
No, I rolled 2d10s.
Yeah, I know, and one of them came up 10, Righteous Fury, and
Oh!
another D10.
I like that.
Actually, I think if you add 2 exclamation marks to the end, it automatically makes them explode, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Like 1 D10 exclamation mark, or 2 D10 exclamation mark, exclamation mark. 2 exclamation marks.
One
Alright.
exclam, I just needed to actually roll one.
Oh, yeah, I think if you do 2 of them, it adds it to the value on the same die. Doing 1 of them tacks the extra roll onto the end. Same end result. So,
I
yeah.
think the exclamation mark's at the end, but I could be wrong.
Yes. So if you only do 1, it adds the reroll onto the end. If you do 2 exclamation marks, it adds it all together on the reroll die. Yay! Science! Yeah, so the Taki mutant is, oh, how much was that? It was a pretty large amount.
27?
Yep, 27. Whatever armor he has is completely ignored, whether it's primitive or not. And, oh my god, what was your attack roll? 41? Okay, yeah, so just square through his chest. Massive hole is just melted clean through. The melta beam punches through him and into the opposite wall. Bits of molten metal dripping down onto the floor from the overshoot. He'd already been in mid-spear charge towards the line of mutants when he fell. Okay, and now the mutants themselves. Alright, let's see what kind of ranges we're looking at here.
If they get to this line here, so 2 squares out, Romeo's going to take his Overwatch, but not necessarily before then.
Okay.
Waiting for point blank.
Right.
They can move really far, eh?
They're on a charge.
Okay.
You can get pretty far on a charge.
That's a 4-round action?
But it does involve an attack.
Okay.
Alright, so the Overwatches are going to become relevant. Although I don't know if you can technically Overwatch with a sword on the captain's part.
If she's only making 1 attack, she can just delay. It's like the same thing.
Okay. Okay, well, first off, Romeo, yes, all of those mutants are coming up into range.
I'm going to fate point that one. Hey, that's much better. So
Okay.
that is 20 minus 80. 6 successes? 6 successes.
Are you able to distribute those shots?
To anything within 2 meters of the original target, so I can hit 3 of them, but 1 of them will get through.
I mean, technically all of them are within 3 meters of the original target.
Okay, then. If you're giving me that, then I'll definitely take it.
I mean, I'm assuming the spirit of it is that they have to be all in the same direction. I'm not sure.
If I was doing suppressing fire, it would work in an arc, but because I'm doing a burst, it's whatever I choose my target to be, anything within 2 meters of that.
Mhm.
So if we're going by it, if this dude is my target, then this guy is out.
Okay, the target has to be an individual.
I believe for semi-auto burst, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, well, only 3 of them then. I have a 4th edition D&D character I play who has an area effect attack that is, burst from target, but it doesn't specify it has to be a person, so that's a workaround I always use.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure if the target needs to be a person necessarily, but I'm going to assume because I have to allocate a hit and then extra hits would go to everything else, so I'd have to burn a hit to the ground technically,
Correct.
I guess.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense that in that context it would have to be a person. So yeah, 3 dudes.
All right. So they're gonna get 2 each.
Okay.
First one eats that. So 22, pen 4. I thought Shuriken got a little bit better. Oh wait, no, it's +4. My bad. Pen 6. Next dude eats 14. Third dude eats 23. And it looks like the exploding dice works.
Hooray! Okay, so let's see here. I don't think the second die would be the +4 though.
Oh, I don't think it added. I think it did. Well, no, the exploding dice was 13 +4 because the shuriken catapult gets +4.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that dice makes sense.
Okay, so let's see. Who is your first mutant?
This is my first mutant.
That's your first one? Okay. So, glistening shurikens start cutting through the torchlight. And that distinctive sound of an Eldar weapon firing off into the darkness and into mutant flesh. He, however, apparently is some kind of crazy matrix mutant. Where he does get enough degrees of success on a dodge to just go matrixing through those bullets as he charges.
Ooh.
However, who's your number 2?
To the right, or sorry, to his left, my right.
So this dude.
Oh yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's gonna go
His
1,
right,
2,
your
3.
left.
It does. It
His
doesn't
left
really,
is the empty space.
It doesn't really matter. But yeah, either way.
Yeah, okay. So he takes 2 shots. What were your second 2 shot damages?
Second 2 shot damages were 14 total, 5 and 9.
5 and 9, respectively?
Yep.
Okay. Toughness still applies, obviously.
Yep.
All right. So he definitively takes he gets a couple shurikens zipped through him, blood splattering all about. And what was the last damage you rolled?
17 and 5.
Okay. Your last dude manages to duck out of the way of 1 shuriken, but another, as he's doing the dodge around, 1 catches him And
Oh.
once more, a little shriek and mutant blood splatters across the floor.
Here's the good thing, though. Everyone performs pinning tests.
Yes. Everyone in this group, at least, I assume.
Yep. They apparently just need to be in the field I set, not necessarily hit. So
Right.
that's what I'm going with.
Okay, and they fail that. What was the specific effect? They're forced to run and seek cover?
Yes, that is what pinning
Okay.
is.
Okay, and where was the point that you would have started shooting at them?
Ooh, that's. Oh, I was going to shoot with them within 3 meters as soon as I could get point blank.
Okay, so they would have been right here.
Yes.
Okay. Just seeing how much move they have to turn around and run the other way.
They just got to run to cover, though.
Yeah,
So around the
in this
corners
case,
is enough.
yeah. In this case, they have to run back the way they came, because the only other cover would be towards you guys.
Yeah, and they can't do that.
Yeah, alright. So, and a delayed sword action on the captain as one of the mutants charges her. See if she can bisect a cannibal before it does cannibal-y things.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a fate point on that. Aww. I cannot bisect the mutant before it has done any cannibally things.
Alright, let's see if it successfully does cannibal-y things. Rolling. The mutant has successfully at least tried to do a cannibal-y thing. You can attempt either a dodge or parry.
I'd like to parry.
Okay. So, one more weapon skill test.
This is not my day with the sword.
You do have power armor on, though, correct?
I do have power armor on.
Okay, what's that? Is that a 7? Was that the armor rating we determined?
I think yes.
Okay. Well, that is, yeah, the spear just soundly glances right off of you. So, essentially, this spear-wielding cannibal comes rampaging down the hall, eyes glinting, intent on consuming you. And you just sort of flail your sword out in front of you, completely failing to whack it or its spear on the second follow-through. And it jabs you right where the goo would be, and there's just a tink, and nothing happens.
I'm sure he seems very confused by that.
Yeah, nope. Basically, neither side was able to do anything to anyone. Hodor. Oh, wait. There are several attacks made on Hodor.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Yeah, he's got some dudes there. They're doing some stuff.
So, question. So, I have a power field on my fist.
Uh-huh.
Now, if I parry with the shield, does it extend to the shield?
No.
Okay.
And notably, you can still only do one dodge or parry per turn. So, like,
That's
3
fine.
dudes.
Yeah.
If all 3 of them successfully got attacks, you could only prevent 1 of them.
Yeah.
In this case, 2 of them successfully get attacks.
Which ones?
Dude on your right flank, dude at your forward side successfully
Alright,
get attacks in.
I'm
This
gonna
guy
parry.
misses.
I got my shield on my left-hand side, but I'm going to parry. I'm going to parry this guy on the right-hand side. I'm going to bring it up, but since the shield's on my left arm and my body, I get +4 armor to those to my left side. But yeah, I am parrying the guy on the right. 1d1. Okay, what's the bonus for parry?
Oh, it was, I think, +20.
Okay.
It's a defensive weapon.
plus 20 or is it plus 30?
Stupid Martellus prime weight limit.
He's got so much strength he can carry anything he wants.
Oh, yeah, like crazy.
Is it plus
Yeah, I was
20 or
bitching
plus
about
30?
my loadout limit, because otherwise I'd have the shield that gave me plus 25 to parry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Is it plus 25?
Yeah, so I would have made that parry and cut his spear
Okay.
most likely.
So
Don't you at least get like a plus 10 from the sword itself?
Balanced, power field, shocking, plus 5, charm, intimidate,
pretty
hard
sure-
to hide.
Pretty sure balance gives you the plus.
Alright, so I parry this guy, and the other attack does get through, but it's getting through against...
Plus 15 is what the shield gives you. Plus 15.
Okay.
And the sword does give plus 10 to parry. Still not enough
Okay.
to save you on that.
Okay.
I would have just missed that, but
Okay, so the guy on the upper left-hand side there is the one whose attack successfully gets through, in theory.
Yeah.
Well, the one who successfully strikes you.
Yeah.
Matter of whether or not he hurts you. Yeah, how much armor do you have on that side? I know it's a lot.
9.
9? Yeah, his attack does not get through there.
The
It's
puny
just-
little spear. You think you can hurt me with this? My turn.
Okay, Romeo. The terrified mutant cannibals are fleeing.
Oh, did we skip Hodor?
yes,
Oh,
we did
no,
just
right.
skip Hodor.
Sorry, I was focused on Hodor getting attacked. And not on Hodor's own attack. So yes, Hodor attacking.
So I'm punching the guy that struck me right here with my power fist.
Okay. Basically, his spear tip just harmlessly skittered over your carapace.
And so we're gonna roll damage. Alright, wait, never mind, that's a shield dash. There we go, 39.
Okay.
And then can I hit the other one with my shield on that side?
I'm going to say you would be taking a minus to both of those, a minus 10.
Okay, well I still had
Yeah,
4.5
you
degrees
still
of
have enough
success.
degrees of success. But yeah, you could be.
Okay, and crap. Sorry, I have to roll weapon skill again.
Yeah. You can use that damage, though, for simplicity's sake.
Yeah. So I hit it with the minuses even. So I go after these two.
Assuming no dodges.
Yeah, assuming no dodges.
There. The one you try to smack with your shield does combat roll out of the way. More of an afterthought attack on your part as you drive your power fist into the previous one.
Like
Who is-
smacking a gnat.
Oh god, what was your actual roll? Okay, yeah, so square in the body.
Once again.
This dude. He might not actually be dead.
Oh my god.
Just very, very injured.
Yeah, my mental image of this is from basically playing Doom in Berserker mode. That's Hodor's every day.
Okay, so roll 1d10. And 1d5.
I think your mic's out again, Evan.
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. I rolled a 9 and a 1.
Okay, so stunned for 9 rounds.
Oh, I am?
He is.
Okay.
And 1 level of fatigue for whatever relevance that has. But I doubt this combat will last 9 rounds.
It's pretty much effectively out of the fight.
Yeah.
Sure.
He did.
With the massive bodily damage, he might just bleed out.
Uh,
Or is that not a thing?
that is a thing, but it is specifically a thing that would happen with a critical effect. Like if the critical effect says they are bleeding out.
Okay, and then this guys on the left, are going to fire at the mutants in front of them, and these guys on the right are going to fire at the mutants on either side of me. I guess, can they fire volley at both of them or no?
They can shoot at 2 mutants individually.
Okay, so I guess they'll try to clear the mutants off. I can handle those mutants. They'll try to clear the mutants off their comrades. So they'll turn and they'll both shoot one over here.
Okay, so shooting the 2 over there is what they're trying to do. Not a very good day to be your mutants.
We suck.
One of them wasn't as bad. It almost was good enough to hit them. It wasn't, but it was almost good enough. The other one was just wild bullets sparking off through the corridors. Romeo!
So, semi-auto burst, it's happening.
Okay.
I'm definitely fate pointing that. That's better. I can roll that 10 real quick. Ooh, didn't say the fate point. Okay, so that is 50. That is only 2 successes. So I'm going to be pinging this dude and this dude. Roll. Oh wait, sorry, wrong. First hit. Second hit. Dodge is irrelevant. The important thing is these 2 guys continue to have to make hard pinning tests. These 2 guys go back down to easy, so they get a plus 30 to their will because they were not fired upon in the last round. Or actually, no, wait. I guess ignore that because I'm just going to get my 2 armsmen to fire at them.
Okay.
And that would totally satisfy the pinning thing. So yeah, they'll both fire at them. Romeo's got these 2.
Alright. Oh, and notably, a couple of Hodor's mutant entourage did get brought down by the spears of those who charged them.
Ooh.
Okay.
So they got a taste of the spear.
Why not Zoidberg?
Clearly, Hodor needs to invest in some mutant barding.
Well,
Yeah, at least like wrap them up in toilet paper or something. It's close to Halloween.
well, to be fair, the only extraordinary trait these mutants had was that they were exceptionally ugly.
Yeah.
So you just found a bunch of really, really, really ugly people and gave them guns and said, "You coming with us? Go now."
Yeah,
That's pretty much what happened.
They're not even trained. They're not even armsmen. That's the thing.
They aren't. That's why they can't use rifles.
What are their stats?
Shitty.
45 on everything, I assume. No, wait, they're not even crew, are they?
I basically each type of person has 3 good stats where they have their 45s or their 50s.
Oh, okay. I thought it was across the board, but yeah, that makes sense.
Since they're 45
Tag
in the
stats.
thing they're trained to do.
I guess my mutants are all trained to hit stuff.
Yeah, the mutants are good in weapon skill, toughness, and strength.
Hit more things.
Suddenly, Denev.
Well, at the very least, they can be good at parrying, too. Well, not great. They're still only crewmen. Ooh, and I think... Okay. One of Romeo's armsmen fires into the mutants. The other one, his lasgun jams.
Damn it. They can't semi-auto burst, can they?
I do not know.
They're using las rifles?
Yeah, can the semi-auto burst?
I'm looking it up right now. Las gun can semi-auto burst.
Okay.
So if he had
Last
3
guns can
degrees,
jam.
if he had 3 degrees of successes, then he could fire on both. But that's assuming he had 3 degrees of success.
He only had one. The
Yep.
guy whose gun didn't jam.
Yep. So that means one of them can make easy pinning tests now.
Okay. So who were the two you shot at?
The 2 on the right side.
The two on the right? Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Goddamn flashlights.
They're scary, man.
I was referring to the guardsman flashlights that your armsmen have. As
No,
opposed
that's
to,
exactly what I meant, is because now that he's got a pinning test, so he's scared. He's scared of the flashlight.
I just say it because notably, their primitive bullshit armor actually is effective against the las guns. Not very, but it is a factor.
That's hilarious. Even when you round it in half.
Even when you half it,
That's amazing.
there's still a small amount of armor against this futuristic laser weapon.
Fucking flashlights.
Because fuck the guardsmen.
We need to go steal all the Eldar shit, by the way.
Well, I mean, there is enough shit for you guys to try and outfit, just increase your entire weapon class to either Eldar weaponry or maybe looted shit from the Rex.
No, I think we should go to the Space Hulk and get melee weapons off that thing from my mutants. I really need melee weapons. I don't know if they'd be trained to use all their melee weapons.
Yeah,
I want
that's a
the
good point.
cloak
Exotic is a
projector
thing.
off the Eldar ship.
Yeah, no, we can't. Like, I mean, we can get stuff off the other ship, but then we're gonna have to figure out how to train our crew to use it.
I mean, no, our crew, the armsmen will just figure out how to use it.
Eventually.
Yeah. I mean, Romeo will figure it out, come on.
That's explicitly Romeo's thing, though.
I mean, but like, how
Explicitly-
do you handle that for the crew? Like, how do you handle skills like that?
You guys would probably have to figure out some way to get them trained.
Being that Romeo has these skills, could he train them?
Over time, probably.
He's also a bosun.
He makes
so,
an
like, he
instructional
hasn't-
tape.
Well, he's also
He's
the
the bosun.
bosun, so it's not
He's-
like he hasn't trained people before.
Yeah, it is also especially notable because that is his thing. That's what he does.
Instructional tape with puppets.
Who took Geralt's place? You said you were interested in doing that, Alex?
At the
It
moment,
hasn't come up yet.
yeah. At the moment, it's just whoever his closest subordinate was. Oh, and okay, so this mutant gets a 1 on his roll to resist the pinning.
Awesome.
So he passes that.
That sucks.
The rest fail, even the one who got the easy test.
Okay. So one of the mutants can charge on this turn.
Yeah, so just on his own, completely alone, with a spear against a dude in power armor spewing molecule-bladed shurikens down the hallway.
Goddamn fucking mutants, man.
Captain! You're face-to-face with the cannibalistic mutant who poked you.
I am face to face with a cannibalistic mutant who poked me. Balanced only applies to parries?
Yes.
Have at the cannibalistic mutant who poked me.
He fails to parry you. Not like it would have been very good for him to succeed.
Would have bought
What's
him
this about
around.
cannibals? I was getting some more wine. for like an hour and a half. Sorry.
You were getting wine and missed the away mission?
I assume over like the comms. Just saying, what is this, cannibals now? What?
All right. So the captain does give this thing a mighty cleave. Though it is still up. Is that incorporating your strength bonus?
I am not actually sure. Probably not, because my strength is +3. So I don't know if the sword does +4 at base or +1 at base.
No, I can do a quick check on that. I can't recall. Is the shocking always on? I mean, I'm pulling up the thing that'll tell me one way or another.
It was never expressed to me that it was a thing that would be off.
Okay. Yeah.
Certainly, if it was a choice, I would have it on at this time because
Right.
Yeah.
No, it is just +4 standard, so that is +7 total with your strength bonus.
well, I will adjust that then. But yeah, including the shocking is part of the reason that I carry it over the wrench. Also, that 10 penetration's pretty brutal.
It is that. That is a thing that it is.
When the universe hands you a lightsaber that makes you more socially capable, you say, yes, please. And then
Okay.
later you find out it's demonic shit.
So, there is definitely, electricity sparking through the wound, but he does still seem to be on his feet. Well, on his feet and, ambulatory, despite the fact that there is there's an electrocuted wound straight across his gut.
Impressive vitality. I'm not quite done yet.
Okay.
My question, I was going to ask, there was just the one mutant down the right-hand hallway.
As far as you've seen?
Alright, so I'm going to call the tech priest to bring the murder servitors to back up me and Romeo and I.
Okay. So they're off the leash, or are they just ready?
They're ready and I'd like to reposition them.
Okay. So yeah, you can do that.
How much movement do murder servitors have?
Enough that unless you're putting them well past Romeo, it's not relevant. They are fast as absolute fuck.
Lost that guy's tech.
Okay.
And can they make attacks this round, or was movement all they can do?
If they're off the leash, they can make attacks. Since they can be on a charge. But they explicitly will not hold defensive positions if they're off the leash. They will just go charging balls out towards the nearest thing that needs to die.
Well, assuming that I have enough control to switch them on or off on a given round, at the moment the closest thing is right here in front of me and them, so. But briefly slip the murder servitors of war.
Okay. Okay, one murder servitor just sort of comically fumbles as it tries to get at this guy. The other one is significantly more effective, however, and goes cleaving in with its buzzing chainsaw hands and little gnashing bladey hands. And that is a considerable amount of damage. Hold on.
Oh, you forgot the X-Clam.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so it gets tearing on that. So yeah, it deals 45 damage as it just shreds into this guy. Successfully able to ignore his armor, just barely. But the point is that isn't particularly relevant because, yeah, with the shredding.
Yeah.
Go, Murder Coon, go!
So yeah, this guy is turned into a pile of giblets on the floor, splattered across the hallways. Gaius! Mutants are dying, both yours and theirs.
Okay, let's see what I can do. One second. So can I fire those guys to the left?
You can, yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, one of them. I don't believe Melta Pistol burst fires. Terrifying if it did.
Alright, just one moment. Thank you, computer.
So, pick an unlucky bitch.
Which is the name of my whole cover band.
Sorry, one second. Having technical difficulties on my end.
I need to go pop something in the oven real quick, so you can resort your technical difficulties while I'm taking care of that. Be right back.
So,
What did you do, Ray?
you know, I always tell everyone I'm a god the first time I meet them. So it's not that.
What else did you do, Ray?
If I knew, it would be fixed by now.
So what's frozen?
My browser.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Turn it off and turn it back on again.
Oh, stuff's still happening? Or not happening, rather?
Browser's frozen.
Oh, okay. It'll happen time to time.
Just task manager that shit.
End that process. Restarting his computer.
Possibly.
Hoping his net didn't drop altogether.
Wouldn't be entirely surprised. Just bring up his character sheet and hit the melt button.
I don't think he has the character sheet put into the thing.
Damn it, Evan.
Oh, I think it's probably because, well, I don't know if he would have or not, but I also haven't made a character sheet for the thing.
Ah, well that could do it.
Okay, well, we are uncertain of his return one way or the other. And,
He'll get it back eventually. Go for it.
yeah. We're just going to do a roll, because I already knew who he was shooting at. Oh, wait, there he is.
Okay, cool. I'm back in control of things.
Okay.
I am going to go after this guy here.
Okay. Melt
And
parts of him. There's an and?
no, there's no and, just and rolling.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm actually hitting things this
Yes.
time around.
Melt parts of him.
Yes.
Doesn't it feel awesome?
It feels amazing. Uh,
At least his pathetic primitive armor has 0 effect on your assault. Oh, right. Where was that? On a 21. What are you hitting? Right arm. So you wing him at his right arm. A nice big scorch appearing across it. He is not in the grandest of shape, but he does still seem to be in stabbing form. Alright, and... Mutants! Hooray! Okay, the mutant on Hodor's right side utterly fails. Left side is somewhat more successful.
Parry roll. Plus 15.
Yes, weapon skill plus 15. Highly successful.
Nice.
So you just effortlessly bash the spear away before it is able to even try to jab at you, if it would ever be successful in the first place. And
The
yes?
shield has a power field, doesn't it?
No, the shield doesn't.
Got it.
It's a riot shield. It's just got like a taser plate in the middle. So you can pop someone in the chest with it and it tasers them. Also has a mount for using a two-handed weapon with one hand, for whatever use that would have for a dude whose hand is the power fist. It's meant for riot cops to have a rifle. Okay, and so one lone mutant. who is able to do his charge, is doing his charge. Trying to charge Romeo.
Yep.
So through a hail of gunfire, he has emerged as the one guy who has not been hit by anything after doing his crazy matrix dodges. All of his friends flee behind him. He runs up, spear held out, screaming a battle cry, and completely stabs to your left.
Good job, Mutant. Good job.
Gold star.
Yeah, what your armor doesn't even come into play,
You tried.
even with the bonus to hit you because you're hulking.
You did it, Mutant. You did it.
The rest of these ones are cowering around the corner.
Top of the class.
What about my mutants down a little bit more?
No. These guys have failed to hurt your mutants.
Nice.
Speaking of your mutants and you,
Alright, let's do this. One second, frozen. There we go. I am going to
surrounded by
punch
mutants.
this guy. I'm going to bash the other one. Just kind of like just extend both arms at once.
Yeah, I get you.
I guess I'll take a minus to both. But, so the first one will be with the Power Fist. And the second one will be with the shield. And the shield is going to miss. But the Power Fist will do 32.
Okay, so yeah, that Power Fist, terrible things that it does. Is that fucker dead? He might not actually be dead, just in horrible condition.
Very badly
It's done.
burned.
He wouldn't be the first guy to be horribly maimed and stunned this battle.
Oh my god, he's not even crit range. He's close. He's at 2. Damn.
These guys have a lot of wounds.
They do. Some of the joys of being a mutant. As Hodor well knows.
Apparently they acquire wounds by eating people. They absorb their power.
Okay, let's see. And... oh. Mild success, possibly, on the part of one of the mutants swinging a bit of old machine pipe. Your mutants. The attempted auto pistol fire just... they got a 99. That didn't work. One of them says fuck it and goes swinging a bit of old pipe, and it looks like it might have actually succeeded. He successfully clubs one of these terrible mutant things. Doesn't kill it, but he conks it good. Okay. Romeo, there is one psychotic spear-wielding mutant that has charged you.
Yeah, so I'm going to move half while taking a full auto burst. So the
Okay.
thing I can do. So I'm gonna move to here. That means he gets an attack against me.
Alright, let's see. Is that a successful... I need to... It's right on the borderline. I need to see if he That is a successful attack. It is not. Okay.
Sweet. I'm going to shoot him with a lot of bullets.
Okay. Put those bullets inside of him.
I'm gonna use my third fate point. Damn, man, that sucks.
So there's just a lot of shurikens spraying all over the hallway.
Sadly, no successes. Unless Captain gives me 10. But otherwise, no, I don't have any successes on this one. That smells.
Is giving you 10 enough to push you to any success whatsoever?
It gives me 1 success.
Have your 1 success.
Yay. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong one. Glad
Not a success there.
Glad I got it out of my system, though, that 99. Yeah, so 8. He gets a chance to dodge.
What's the pen on a shuriken cannon, by the way?
6, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's enough to not matter for these guys. But, so he gets hit with a single 8 damage shuriken.
Yep.
Alright, so he takes his first shot after matrix dodging. It's not much, but there is a mono shuriken lodged in him. And
Yay.
let's see about las gunfire.
Oh, I was gonna tell my two armsmen to take overwatches to keep those other guys pinned.
Okay, one of them is still unjamming his gun.
Right.
Although I suppose the captain's turn is next. She can Fonzie it. Although that would, take up an action. Okay, speaking of the captain.
Yes, speaking of me, so I'm guessing his armsman was close to his position?
Close-ish, yeah, this kind of area.
Right, so I'd like to sweep my whole wing around into the south here.
Okay. And are you attempting to releash those murder servitors?
Do I have to releash them to make them move where I want them? There's
well,
murder at the end of this for them.
if you don't, they're just operating on their murder servitor program. What is the nearest thing that needs to die? Go in a straight line towards that and try to murder it.
Yeah, then I'd have to leash them because I think the north one is likely to... I'd have to release the north one to direct it to accompany me. The south one would do what I want it to anyway.
Yeah, command test then. See if you can get them before they're, darting off with super quick murder servitor speed. That's one of your good skills.
I know, right? What is it with 96s?
Do you have any equipment that fucks up on a 96 regardless?
I don't believe I do, although I'm not sure I know everything about all of my gear.
Let's see, is there anything notable for the sword, since you do still have a, That's what the sword's mysterious trait was.
Oh shit.
Seriously?
The sword shut down?
So as the captain is running over here, barking out commands to the murder servitors, she happens to fling her hand in a commanding gesture, motioning with the sword, and as she does, it just flies right out of her hand and goes plinking off the wall down the hallway.
Fuck. Could we get a marker for that, please?
It's just like freedom.
At least it's not as bad as your power armor shutting down. That could be a thing.
That would be worse. Just like I'm running along doing that, my armor just locks up completely and I topple over like an unbalanced statue. Yeah, that'd be bad.
Okay, yeah, so the murder servitors are going off to do their murder things.
Sorry about your mutants.
Okay, the South Murder Servitor completely fails to accomplish anything as it charges this mutant. What about the Northern Murder Servitor charging into the fray? It might have been more successful. It's right on the borderline. It does it. It does the thing.
Of course, that's the one that was successful. Because I'm assuming the most accessible targets to it are the Hodor's mutants, yes?
We can at least assume that you guys did your usual FOF thingy.
Okay, so they actually just go be usefully murderers?
Yes.
Then that would be the first accessible northern target, yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's actually better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to start eating Hodor's mutants.
No, there are situations where I might do that. In this case, you guys, had enough prep time. And yes, it chews that thing up. Yeah, the mutant gets a 98 to dodge, takes 40 damage. That mutant is chewed to pieces, just bits of it splattering all over the other mutants, friend and foe. What is the captain's actual action?
Well, finding out where the sword went kind of matters to that.
Right. There's a relevant thing for this. I had to reference it when I was trying to see how far Hodor could throw things. Side note, very far.
Just very, huh?
There are specific numbers, but they're big, especially for throwing things. Notable because people can be one of those things. I think he can at least huck people out of range of the melt-a-pistol with one hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty strong.
That would be kind of amazing.
I think that's like, what, 20 meters, something like that? They take damage, of course.
Well, yeah, but if he's like throwing them out of a melt-a-pistol shot, it might well be worth it.
Okay, roll a strength check for Zephyr. Basically treating this as if she intentionally threw it.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Of
So,
course it went that way.
you were making commanding gestures towards the enemy.
Yes, and it went exactly the way I didn't want it to.
So, Captain's action. Still's a half action left.
Would a half action get me to my sword?
What's your agility bonus?
+5?
I believe one half move is your agility bonus. In which case it would get you to your sword. Yes. Not enough to pick it up, but enough to get you to your sword. Hooray! You've
Sorry, Armsman.
almost reunited with your sword. Yeah, and before I remembered that armsman had jammed his gun, I rolled another attack for him, and he got just straight up 100. Not a lucky armsman.
The last thing we need is for a mutant to have my sword.
Okay, Gaius.
All right.
Murder
Wow.
Servitor is rushed up before you. The tides are turning out front.
I certainly have my pick of targets.
Yes.
Uh.
A death cyborg did just mulch one of the cannibal aliens. You are splattered with a bit of cannibal.
Gonna wanna. Hey, I've been spattered with guts for the first time that aren't my own. I think I'm just
It
gonna
wasn't me!
I'm gonna fire straight ahead into this guy.
The one to the left of Hodor.
Yes. Is there a possibility of this going through him and into the guy behind him?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I mostly do that for flavor. I don't think there's an actual game effect of that.
Gotcha.
If there was, it would be a melta pistol or a melta weapon that did it.
Yeah, admittedly, if there anything did do that, that would be the thing that did.
Alright, in that case I'm gonna focus on this guy. And hope I
Yeah!
That hits.
Oh, that's nice.
Fuck that guy in particular.
Alright.
Yeah, that really hits. Okay, so that's only 12 damage, but that's 12 damage literally to his face.
Oh, nice.
Let's see what happens to his face that has been melta pistol.
All that matters is that it doesn't splatter on me.
You probably would have been splattered if you were there to be splattered on.
Hence why I'm glad I wasn't there. I can just enjoy this slaughter from the comfort of a cutter with my wine.
Okay, so yeah, bits of the skin on his face just bubble and pop and are seared away. Well, it doesn't seem to impact his profound desire to stab people. If anything, he
well.
seems far more stab motivated.
He's now definitely not pretty. I mean, he didn't start out well, but you know.
No, he wasn't in a good spot before, but yeah, he is not a happy camper. Oh right. So this mutant tries to run after the captain. The murder servitor.
Yeah, it's just about it.
Yeah, murder servitor gets a 96 as well.
Oh, come on!
Fortunately, this guy wasn't able to run far enough to do an actual charge, and once again, like he completely misses you. Just jabs his spear into open air.
Considering I wouldn't have been able to parry that with awesomeness, that's good.
Okay. Well, that utterly fails to hit Hodor. That really fails to hit Hodor. Nobody's hitting Hodor. Hodor's good.
Alright, what about my mutants? My poor mutants.
Your mutants are good too.
Okay.
Another one does run up to try and start stabbing at your mutants, but it looks like they are holding the line. They're doing good.
Alright, same maneuver. Except I'm punching this one with the power fist and bashing this one with the shield. So it's like I'm just spinning a circle with my arms outstretched.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay, like a helicopter. I think it's funny. Okay.
That one Zangief move.
See? Totally. I told you this character is so Zangief.
No, I missed with the power fist. And then
Shield bash.
shield bash does hit, and it's going to be hitting this guy. And
Shield bash is on a -10, mind you. But
yeah,
still
yeah,
hits.
I did add that modifier in,
Oh, yeah, I see you did. Okay, cool.
and it does 20 damage.
All right. What was that? What was that roll? That was a 19. Hey, left leg.
It begins again.
Oh wait, sorry, I forgot to do my mutant volleys. Left leg. I'll wait for the leg effects.
Yeah, he's dying from it, so that will be impressive. Yeah, so just from pure blunt force and his taser energy sparks over him. Yeah, you
Hydrostatic force.
it is a taser shield. Although that is largely irrelevant to the end result.
I was just thinking of the shockwave from the impact.
Well, yeah, so you do arc a bit low. Edge of your shield catches him with just your massive bulk behind it. His leg is shorn completely off, goes splattering back along the path. Let's see. Make a ballistic skill test. Just for shits.
Okay. It's probably gonna miss because it's 31. Oh, what?
That's a strength check.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so that anti-hits. You actually successfully whack him so hard that his leg, ricochets around the room and then, is, fired back into its socket and heals itself back on.
That was amazing.
Just snaps back into place like a action figure.
But no, so his leg just goes spiraling off into the darkness. So yes, and then mutant volleys. Oh my god, a successful hit from a mutant with an auto pistol.
Nice. So yeah, it's gonna be on these guys again.
Which guys?
The two in front of them.
Okay, two in front. Gotcha. Let's see. How much does an auto pistol actually hurt them? Auto pistols are not that impressive. They're basically just firing 9mm into these guys. I'm not sure what getting hit by Hodor's Power Fist is comparable to, but at least like getting hit by a truck or something.
With electric girls.
Yeah, like.
Sorry, are you looking for auto pistol damage?
Yes, auto pistol damage.
1 die 10 plus 2, 0 pen.
We gotta times that by 8 for it hitting, right?
It's not representing all of them hitting.
Also, they can apparently all semi-auto fire 6, which I mean full auto fire 6, which is something I didn't know.
Oh, nifty. On the auto pistols?
Yeah, on the auto pistol.
I suppose they can. That is notable. Okay, so that is 2 good shots that he got off on this guy. I mean, the end result isn't all that impressive, but the dude whose face is partially bubbled off takes a couple auto pistol bullets to the chest. Okay, Romeo.
Okay.
This thing has proven to both be
I,
extremely resistant to causing and receiving death.
I hate them. Okay. So that is 4 successes because point blank full auto. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those were awful damage rolls.
Those were all that.
But yeah, so shurikens.
Okay, I mean, he's not dead, but he does get shredded up pretty good. And shredded up by a nice spray of shurikens. Does the captain have to be worried about that?
No, full auto bursts are controlled. Suppressing fire is the one that you choose targets at random.
Okay, Captain. Half action to retrieve your sword.
Okay. I will retrieve my sword with that half action. And
And-
swinging the sword is another such half action?
Yes. Let's see if you get to this guy before the murder servitors do.
Yeah, I have to be quick. That's why I'm doing my stuff first. Woo!
Tries and fails to parry. You are hitting him. Does that incorporate your strength this time? Yes, it does.
Yes. Yes, I updated all of my melee things.
Fantastic. Okay, a nice big slice. What was that roll?
45?
Okay, yeah, so another nice big sparking slash across his midsection. Although, once again, he completely managed. Well, actually, this is a different one who's managing to tough out your sparkiness.
Well, it won't help him much. I'm freeing the leash on the southernmost servitor.
Oh, right.
And this one continues doing what it was doing, which is killing him anyway.
Yes, they are both attempting that. And he cannot resist because he already tried to parry you and failed. So he is thoroughly shredded to pieces by the murder servitors, who gleefully do the thing that they do, the murdering. Gaius.
Oh,
Alright.
actually, the northern one should do a thing too.
Oh, yes, it should. Let me, It utterly fails to do a thing.
He's defective.
It's swinging and slashing and stuff, but mostly just chainsawing open air, slicing, more or less just superficial stuff.
Needs more makeup.
Needs to be calibrated. Calibrations.
So yeah, and I had been forgetting to do any kind of rolls for Gaius's armsman firing, although they have utterly failed to hit anything, as is appropriate.
Yeah.
So
So
there are
forgive Rain
also
Zoidberg.
so there are also flashes of more red lasgun fire arcing across the halls that are just scorching stuff. Proportionally, there have been far more shots fired in this fight that didn't hit anything than ones that did. By a wide margin. There's just bullet holes and scorch marks and shurikens embedded in walls everywhere.
Who brought the stormtrooper squad?
Me.
Damn it, guys.
They make me look
Also,
good.
Hodor.
Yeah, Hodor's mutants are not very good with guns, and Romeo's just kind of been spraying bullets everywhere all the time. Just
They don't
gun-
have proper hands.
They do. They're just ugly. So he just found some ugly people and bullied them into coming.
Yeah. They're good at hitting stuff, though. All the mutants are. They're just not good at shooting things.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they're really ugly.
Hello.
They all look like that super ugly chihuahua.
Yeah, they all have chihuahua heads.
Pug eyes.
Are we waiting on me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we are.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Sorry, I was doing a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff at once.
Keep waiting, you piece of shit.
Going after this guy.
Okay, how many shots have you fired at that thing?
Oh, actually, I fired 3 shots. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my ammo. So what do I do?
Basically, you dump and turn to reload.
Okay.
So, turn is being dumped. What is that terrible little thing? Why do we have a picture of it?
The faces of the ugly, ugly, ugly mutants.
Oh, but they vary. They're not just all ugly in the same way. Each of them is a new and interesting brand of ugly.
Each of them is one part of that dog.
Okay.
So do I have any options this round, or am I good?
Well, I mean, there are potentially do, non-shooting at people things. Or, no, that does use up a full turn, the reload.
Okay.
There is a helpful little chart in the handout section. Combat actions. It tells you how much of an action this thing takes. Technically, shooting or whacking only takes up 1, I believe, or a half action, but you're only allowed to do 1 attack per turn, unless you got things that let you do more. No matter how much action it takes up. Okay, that utterly fails to hit Hodor. And let's see. 1 more of Hodor's mutants goes down. Another one deftly swings himself aside when one of the cannibals tries to jab a spear into his goop. But Hodor is now one-on-one. Staring down a single miraculously unharmed mutant. The last unharmed mutant on this battlefield.
Alright. Time to die. Cannibal. Okay. That's for my power fist. And this is for my shield. Oof. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Okay. So the power fist damage.
Yes. Power fist damage.
34.
That is a significant quantity of damage that you have dealt to him at this time. So he is still on his feet, albeit in terrible condition.
And then the two fucking mutants are gonna do their own shooty thing.
Double failures.
Of course, they're so bad.
Okay, Romeo. There are, at least you believe, still mutants cowering around the corner. They have occasionally popped a head out, but they have not approached. And everything else in your immediate vicinity is dead. Wait, is Romeo back? I don't think he is yet. Which is fine. I have to go check the oven again real quick. Back in the flash.
Oh, my turn?
Yes, but Eric has gone to check the oven.
Okay.
Okay, I am back too, and it's Romeo's turn.
Okay. We got dudes. 1, 2, 3,
The
4.
the only remaining living mutants are the ones who have occasionally poked their heads out from around the corner. They have yet to approach again, and the few surviving mutants that are locked in combat up in Hodor's section.
I'm going to move to here. I believe that's in 5 meters, right, from where I was. Yeah, that's 5 meters. And it's in 3 meters, so I'm going to point blank shoot this dude. Hey! Okay, so that's 70 minus 30, 4 degrees of success? 4 degrees of success.
Okay, they do all start running as you come around.
Cold.
Moves and shit. But you are
He's
still
gonna-
able to shoot that guy.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Yo, not good rolls.
Damn.
I can technically shoot the other dude because he's within 2 meters. If I take down the first guy, I would allocate those hits. But yeah,
Okay, let's see what these are doing. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so bam, first shuriken slices through him as he turns to start running. Bam, second shuriken slices through him just as his back is turned. Arm starts sprawling, little sight of blood streaks out over the hall. Bam, that horrible third shuriken hits him square in the back. Oh yeah. What are these, rending or impact?
They're all rending.
Rending? Figured. Okay, yeah. So, that third shuriken is what does him in. That crazy one.
Isn't the crazy one the fourth one?
The second most crazy one.
Ah.
They're both pretty crazy.
The righteous one, not the zealously righteous one.
Ah. Rending effects get nasty. Okay, yeah, so basically everything that was inside of that guy is now outside of him on the floor. So just as shurikens rip through him, they just completely tear open. The exit wounds just completely tear open everything on the front, and he falls forward into a pile of his own innards. And then, sort of skids along the ground. Because he was running, force of that and all. So you do have one shot left.
Yeah, so
The crazy one against his buddy?
the crazy one against his buddy, if I can.
Okay. Yeah, if this was animated, that totally would have been made into a comedy sequence where he is just like, comically slipping on his entrails.
Comically slipping on his entrails.
Going,
Only in
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Warhammer.
Irony, he happened to eat a banana earlier.
Nice.
In the future, there is only slapstick.
Okay, yeah, that last shuriken soundly slices through that person too. Very similar end result. Well, although it's just one shuriken. But it goes clean through that person, through and through. Through the spine, out the front, tearing out bits of the heart that go with it.
Last dude better run.
Oh yeah, he's running. He's off screen at the moment if anyone wants to pursue him. Which, unless they're told not to, the murder servers are, that's gonna happen. Well, what day? Distance-wise? Yep. So, Captain, are you holding the servitors back from chasing this dude down? Or letting them have their fun?
How is he still in sight? I mean, I don't want him getting lost down here.
He would be a little ways off screen.
Right, but off screen doesn't mean out of sight. Because if it did, the servitors wouldn't be able to see him either.
No. Yeah, technically after he's already moved, he will actually be further away than the guys up there.
Yeah, and if he didn't move, if he continued to move away from Romeo the whole way, he probably would have been moving to the right, and they might never have seen him at all.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, admittedly, they have enough sensors to know that he was there since he wasn't explicitly being stealthy. But one way or another, after he bolted, he would be further away.
Well, I don't think we have to chase down all the loose ends before we deal with the ones that are still fighting us.
Oh, right. So in the meantime, speaking of things that are still fighting you,
Yes, murder servitors, go get those ones over there.
roar, triple servitor, booyah.
That's a triple threat, yo.
Okay. And the murder servers successfully end what is left of this. They crash upon the 3 remaining mutants, 1 servitor to a mutant, and they just leap on those guys, and they are tearing bits off of them.
There's still one that's stunned, and the one that this one's not dead yet.
That is one that the murder servers get.
Okay. And there's one stunned guy.
But you are right. There is a stunned one who is technically still alive. He's sort of been just kind of twitching on the ground this whole time.
Right, so after they deal with ones that are still fighting, I'm going to calm them down.
Okay. They switch from murder to not murder.
Shoo!
Combat is ended. There's only one who is on the ground, barely able to, well, not even really clutching his spear any longer. It fell out long ago. He's just sitting there, occasionally spasming.
Yay,
Well.
great job, team.
Well, if we want to keep exploring this place, we got a guide. If we don't, then I guess we got another corpse.
Opinions?
This place is interesting. Considering the cave-in and how long it seems it's been caved in, this place might actually have some interesting technology that hasn't been destroyed.
I just don't understand how they thought they were going to hurt us.
They don't understand what primitive versus non-primitive weapons are, or non-primitive armor is.
And they did kill. I guess it did kill a few of us.
And they don't know what murder servitors are?
Truth.
And Dalgar shuriken guns and melta pistols.
Basically, anyone even in like anyone in even like normal armor could just tank the hits. Like even flak would be 8 armor against primitive.
Well, I suppose it's worth continuing to look at least long enough to establish whether those were an aberrant group or the bulk of the population here.
I mean, I'm willing to bet it's the bulk. I'm just interested in the possible findings. This is probably the quote-unquote best preserved hive city in terms of technology and all that right now that we have. This place is most likely to have like Archaeo or Martellin tech. Or it could have absolutely nothing, but...
Well, at this point, Denev and Thaddeus, who is here now.
Hi Thaddeus. Hi Denev. Hello.
It's
With
Hello.
combat drawn to a close, are free to participate.
Hooray! Stepping
Hello.
around the gore.
Yeah, it was me. Sorry.
The teleportarium is the best buy ever for PCs being absent.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, used to be anywhere.
Yeah, so, Master of Ordnance and the Warp God are here again. And there is mutant gore splattering the grounds.
Yes, as you can see, we've been using ordnance against warp things.
Well, when are we not?
And Thaddeus and Denev also happen to be 2 of only 3 people in the group who are just fine operating down here. It is otherwise total blackness.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
but because of Presence and Navigator mutation, we're both good.
Isn't Hodor also?
Yep.
Yep, 2 of 3.
He's a 2 or 3.
Okay. I gotcha.
Hodor is the other. Everyone else has to use flashlights and scanners.
So we killed the stun guy or no?
Well, you do have a single helpless mutant, local. Up to you what you do with him.
Screw it, give him an opportunity to be a guide. It's not like we can't kill him if he betrays us.
Oh, what I meant guide, I meant ask him a few questions about interesting stuff he doesn't understand. Mostly technology, and then if he gives no good answers, kill him.
Yeah, that sounds like the Warhammer definition of guide.
Yep. He'd probably cause too much of a ruckus if we let him.
They were uglier than I thought they were, just using my imagination.
Not as ugly as Hodor's mutants.
That's what she was talking about.
Aha.
Ah.
They're so ugly.
Zennith, be nice to the away team.
Sing it under her breath. Yes, Lord Captain. It's just hard.
Pretty dark in these tunnels, especially with all this shade. Zennith.
I can see in it either way, and that makes it worse.
Alright, when the mutant wakes up, I'm gonna roll to intimidate him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, you will tell me what I wish to know, or you will end up like your buddies.
Roll to intimidate.
I'm gonna fate point my last fate point that.
On your 100.
That was bonkers.
That's the second 100 I've gotten. That's the second 100 I've gotten.
It is the second 100 you got tonight.
Yeah.
I love that 100 on Intimidate is still only 2.4 degrees of failure for you.
Yeah, so that's 4.5 degrees of success.
God, how negative was that for him? He's in bad shape. I know that. That was -6. The only thing he successfully did was not catch fire.
Holy crap. So this dude's like clinging on to life right now.
There's basically just like a giant scorched fist imprint across his entire abdomen. Or just across his whole
Wow.
chest. Just all of his armor is burned away. He's like burned down to flesh that's been cooked onto bones.
Oh god. Oh, Captain. Captain. Do we even waste medicine on him?
You probably shouldn't be asking me that after he's woken up. I thought we already had a plan.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying it in like traders can't. So this guy doesn't understand it, but yeah.
You will tell me what I wish to know, what Captain wishes to know, or you will end up like friends, and I will find your family and punish them as well.
He will gradually look down to his chest, eyes wide, trembling hand trying to reach over to it to see if what he's seeing is actually real. Yeah, yes.
Captain, I open my hand and gesture to the mutant.
Tell us everything. Tell us of the people down here.
Oh, what? What of us?
Are they all like you?
What is like me?
Is everyone down here an eater of people?
There is quite a mix of emotions on his face. There is the horrible contortion of pain, but also confusion over your question.
Your associate, and I'm going to point to a red dot, was eating part of one of our companions.
Yes.
Does everyone down here eat people?
Of course.
Of course. What an unfortunate situation. Tell me of the city. What?
Sounds like you started asking a question, then it cut out.
Sorry, noisy traffic.
Oh, okay.
What places of interest are there?
There are many warrens here. Where the tribes live, gather.
I think the stuff we're most interested in would be very old to you. Probably something you don't understand. But old structures, old technology.
The oldest here is the sacred ground.
And why is it sacred?
It is where we have always gathered without fear.
With your fear.
I believe you said without fear.
It is.
That would be an entirely different take on it.
It is a place of great hunger.
What sort of hunger?
None can feed there.
None can feed on
ever-
anything, or none can feed on human flesh?
Again, he looks confused.
Do you ever hear voices, otherworldly voices, in this sacred place?
Yeah. Not there. Not only there. We always hear them.
Do they have a name?
Many names. We do not listen to them long enough. When you begin to hear them, you are bad meat. You are killed.
So I'm going to turn to the captain and anyone else who can speak any kind of thing that isn't low gothic and basically just say, like, so he's either talking about warp infection or another demon cult.
Well, I think I can speak something.
I mean, we all technically know our own ship's, like, weird language. Ship can't, I think, right? That's the thing?
Only those of you that have it. Some of you don't have that.
Okay. Then, yeah, I know Romeo has it, so that's basically what he'd be using to talk to people right now.
I don't have it.
Although he could theoretically also just, walk a little ways away and microbeat anything he wanted.
True.
And the ship dialect.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Ship dialect, ship can't, like, same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got that.
that would be Deneuve knowing the specific language of the ship she grew up on, and Romeo the one for his.
Oh, gotcha.
Ah, got it. Alright, so it's more of like a thieves' cant for Romeo then?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I don't have any ciphers. Ciphers, even.
It would just be a speak language, but yeah, the rogue traders can't or
That's not what they're called, though.
would be knowing the language of this ship, which probably is the native language of the people who were living there when they thought it was a holy city, before the captain kind of just took it.
yeah,
I took them too.
You did,
they love you for it.
but people are living there, and then one day someone comes down from the sky and says, "By the way, your holy city, we're taking that into space."
It belongs in the sky too.
It belongs in a museum!
The holy city must return to the heavens.
That was about how they looked at it.
Well, as far as we can tell, there's nothing interesting down here.
So the question is, do we deal with the demon cult the fast, ugly way, or the slow, slightly less ugly way?
I mean, I just don't think we even have the forces unless we're just going to let a bunch of murder servers down here for 2 weeks or something.
Have you searched everywhere here then?
No, we just got in.
He did note that they kill the people who were starting to hear voices.
Yeah. I think it's less of the demon cult and more of the warp sickness, whatever that was. The thing that the ghost engine was giving everybody. I don't think that being underground necessarily shielded you from it.
Right, so that should at least stop getting worse. But, what do we do about the city full of cannibal mutants?
Leave, plug the hole up.
I don't know, introduce them to food that isn't human?
Assuming they even want it. As far as we know, they were
Oh,
trapped.
I assume that's all they know.
Out. Yeah, I think they were basically trapped in here for generations and generations, never got out. That's why they're all like darkness adjusted and all that.
Right,
I mean,
so I'm kind of curious about the sacred space that won't let them eat.
Yeah, why did we go there?
I'm down, let's do it. Eldora would like to see such space.
I can show you.
I don't like it, but I'm not exactly willing to commit mutiny over it.
Don't
Very well.
worry, Romeo. Eldora will protect you. And then I wink at Romeo.
Well, I guess we have no choice but to charge in then.
Alright, so yeah, let's have my medical guy give him a little bit of treatment so he doesn't kill over on us in the way.
He does say, apparently having no recognition of what your medical guy is doing as he's coming over, I don't need strength for the journey.
You got friends
Yes.
on the ground.
Yeah, his eyes do fall onto the mutant corpse beside him.
I'm not going to interfere in an internal cultural matter. If you're going to consume one of your friends, I guess have that, if that's your thing.
Well, if no one's holding him back, that's definitely what he's diving right into.
Deneuve is immediately
Romeo doesn't-
turning away and just
Yeah,
walking through
Romeo
these-
doesn't watch, but also doesn't care. Unless no one else is watching, in which case Romeo is watching.
I am going to
Gotta be
watch.
practical. Gotta be practical.
Well, he does go right in for it. I mean, he needs to use a knife. His teeth are a bit sharper than yours got you guys, but he's not going right in just straight off the bone.
Does he also have a fork?
No, just slicing bits off, and then it's finger food.
Does he look better afterwards?
He eats a considerable amount, and he does start to look a bit better.
That is weird.
Quick question. How good are their spears?
They're still primitive.
Trash quality.
Yeah, if they weren't primitive, you guys would have been in slightly more trouble the times they'd hit you.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if we should ransack them and hand them over to the mutant platoon we still got going right now.
Now, your mutants are about as armed.
Alright.
I mean, not everything they have is truly meant to be a weapon, so I mean, some of them can pick up spears, but by and large, these are primitive weapons. These are still just primitive weapons.
Got it. Well, looks like we're not out of the hellhole just yet.
Of course not. When have we ever done it that way?
He will drag a hand across his mouth, sort of clearing away. I can show you to the sacred place now.
Okay, that's a little bit impressive. Yes, lead us on to the sacred place.
He's still clearly injured, but not nearly as bad as he was before. Occasionally you do pass other mutants in the halls. Though he'll sort of give them a sneer, shout something at them. And they always seem to scatter away. Although some of them start scampering back in the direction you guys came from.
I'm going to assume it's Hodor on point, Thaddeus on rear, because the two people who can see in the dark.
Would make
so.
sense.
Yes, it does.
Guess I'm in the middle then.
I think your encoder is drunk too. You sounded very wavery there.
What's up,
Still doing
sir?
it?
Yes.
Really? Sounds fine to me.
Huh.
That just me, said nobody else.
I think so.
Sounds fine here.
Yeah.
You're drunk. I'm
gonna
not drunk,
drop out and
you're
rejoin.
drunk.
Phone. Be right back.
Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone.
Sing song, sing song, sing song, sing sonana phone.
It's the best. Beats the rest. Cellular, modular, interactive, modular.
I don't know that much of banana phone, but I do know a banana phone.
It grows in bunches. I got my hunches.
The question is, great Raffi song or greatest Raffi song?
Rathy?
Isn't it by Raffi? Yeah, it's definitely by Raffi. How do you pronounce it?
I didn't know who actually sang. I didn't know the name of the person.
Yeah, Raffi, Raffi.
I guess greatest then, because I've never heard of any of these other ones as far as I can tell.
I mean, I guess the internet, so I'm sure you can find. I'm sure you can find covers.
Hodor about ready to leave Martellus. This place is kind of shithole.
Kind of.
Yep. There's only two good things. There's only good things in this whole system: a space Hulk, a space Hulk we made, and that one planet full of radioactive material. That's about all that's valuable here. Still, though, if I get a jet bike at the end of it, it'll all be worth it.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, that sucked.
What sucked?
My internet hiccuped really bad.
Boo.
Oh, that does suck.
Yeah, like I lost connection to Roll20. Skype wanted to do some update thing.
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, I had to be right back, and I just got back from that be right back. So
We
we're good.
had a whole banana phone situation. It was great.
That's true. That did happen.
Yep, I heard that as I was going out. Anywho, you eventually are led to the sacred place.
Is it also the stinky place?
Nothing in here smells great. So this place is no better or worse than the others.
Hey, Denev, do you feel a disturbance in the Force?
That's a good question. Should I do sinus seeds around here?
You are more than free to.
So, just under 5 degrees.
All right. Yeah, you can pretty definitively say there's no warp activity here, at least no more than usual.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, at least it's not demons this time.
That's always a plus.
So, does anything about its sacredness make itself clear to us? Do we feel any different or smell any different or anything?
No. Looks like some kind of large administrative building. It looks like it fell here. Looks like it
Interesting.
may have been in one of the upper level buildings before everything started to collapse from disuse. May have been part of a noble tower or something.
Dev just kind of scrunches her nose. So what makes this place sacred?
There is no eating here. We do not need to fear each other.
Are they forced? Hodor thinks you're forced to eat one another. You must eat. Or die.
Everything must eat.
You must eat flesh of living being, of sentient human, of thinking creature.
You are a Windigo, yes?
There is very little else.
If that could be solved, would you eat other things?
The fungus. We have tried. Enough of it cannot be grown here.
So if you had more options for food, you'd eat that instead of people? That's good.
You're not sure if what his real feelings are on that. He continues to look confused by the concept. But it does at least seem to be a matter of necessity.
If it is preventing them from eating each other, which is seem to be warp sickness, this may not be demon taint after all.
It's not warp sickness, just not wanting to die.
No, because there's a mutation on the mutation chart. I can roll. Can I roll mutant knowledge for this?
Yeah, actually, for both Gaius and Hodor, can roll Forbidden Lore Mutants.
Egg.
I don't get. No.
You don't know. You don't even know if you're a mutant.
What do you mean, mutant? Holdor is human perfection.
Gaius can either
Gag.
roll or... Okay, yeah, rolling worked out fine.
Guys knows shit.
Yeah, that was.
I was going to say can either roll or spend a fate point to automatically succeed.
I think that's. I'm happy with that roll.
So you know that. Yeah.
Yeah, you are at least familiar with varieties of mutations.
I don't see Gaius's rolls.
Huh?
There we go. No, I do. Sorry,
Okay.
it lagged.
Yeah, there are at least varieties of mutation where creatures are able to regenerate similar to these. But it's partly the result of some kind of weird enhanced metabolic process, and they have to consume a lot of flesh to be able to keep it up.
But not specifically human.
Mutations are varied.
Got it. So
Charred
sometimes
mammal
specifically
flesh.
But certainly, your expertise on mutation tells you that it is entirely possible that they have a significantly higher metabolism than a regular human as a result of their apparent regenerative powers.
Well, at least the trip down here was at a total loss. If this is a noble building and we happen to look into the right house, they might pay money to get some of their heraldry back. Rich people love their bloodlines, after all.
That's true. Well,
Possibly. Is this going to turn into a war zone if we try and go in there?
He seems more than happy to lead you there, like into there.
Oh, well then by all means.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to shoot anybody up if they don't attack us.
So as you head inside, things don't look great in here, but it looks like it's been cared for as best it could be by these people. Things are clean enough. There's a carpet. It looks new, more of a primitive design that they've done. Little patterned rugs and whatnot.
Okay, so What's actually in the room we're in?
Basically, you are led into what seems like it would have been a nice big reception hall. Looks like there used to be a big fountain in the middle, nice winding staircases. Seems more like it's been retrofitted as a kind of, not judgment chamber necessarily, but it does seem like it is now meant to be where some sort of high-ranking individual would stand on the balcony that the stairs would lead up to, speaking to people who are down in the receiving area.
And is there presently someone on the balcony?
Well, 3 individuals do come forward. Everyone you've seen here has been at various levels of mutation, but there are some consistent elements, despite the randomness of mutation. They're all hairless, they have black eyes like Zennith, kind of sharp teeth. Their skin is, very pale, but it's got like mottled dark spots in places.
Do they have the warp eye? Because this sounds a lot like Navigator mutations.
They do not.
Is there anything in this particular room, like items or anything like that, that might say a type of house or like a symbol?
Let's see. Well, you guys can roll awareness to see. Zennith, I believe, has Navigator House lore that she can use to see if it's a Navigator House symbol.
1 degree of success.
There are actual lights in here, though.
Good to know.
They're dim, like flaming braziers, but there are lights in here. Okay, I'm assuming that was a failure on Thaddeus's part.
Yeah, without presence, yeah.
Yeah, presence doesn't apply in this case.
No.
So yeah, Romeo and Zennith are able to sight some things that look like a crest. Although it doesn't look like any Navigator House crest Zennith's familiar with.
Can I point it out to the captain and see if she knows, she can identify if it's any noble house that's still around or of prominence?
Is that a skill that exists? I want to check that. Is that a sphere of knowledge for knowledge skills?
Any Nobilite encoding ciphers?
Oh, wait, I think it's possible that Gaius might have an applicable knowledge.
Oh?
Can't recall all of what knowledges Gaius has. Did he have bureaucracy?
Bureaucracy, let's see.
Can't recall if he got that from somewhere or not. From one of the backgrounds or something.
No, I don't.
It looks like you can get it, but don't have it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So none of you know what house it would apply to, but clearly this tower section, did belong to a noble house of some variety.
If we brought the symbol back to somebody on the ship, maybe somebody under guys or something like that would know.
Yeah,
Like made
take
a,
a picture of it
yeah.
with the servo scope.
Yeah, it's better to take a picture than just take it at this point. We don't know if they'll get
Oh, yeah.
offended.
Okay, so a picture is snapped, and the lead of the trio above addresses you. Each of them has a distinct style of dress as well. One of them wears colors and styles similar to the man who escorted you. Who are all of you?
I am Captain Zephyr Girite Seraphin, and these are my crew.
Where are you from? What are you?
What are you? Now, there's a question I don't get asked very often. I am the captain of the ship that is in orbit around your planet. I am the person who has banished the warp radiation.
Romeo's going to interject real quick. We're from topside.
What is the... Was there a check associated with that you were trying to do?
Nope, he just says we're from topside.
Okay. Topside. She looks over to Romeo, eyes sliding off of the captain. You do not look as if you are from the higher catacombs.
Higher than that.
We're not from any catacombs at all.
Above
We
that.
come from Sky. You've probably never seen Sky.
Sky. You come from above the steel sky.
We
Yes.
do
Above the
indeed.
steel sky and above the sky of air that is above that.
She looks back to the other two. There's all sorts of whispering and muttering to each other. We have legends of a sky above the steel sky.
And what do these legends say?
They speak of great cataclysms, of brighter times and much darker times.
I think they've hit it on the head there.
How did we get down to wherever we are now?
We dug.
Oh,
Landed, cut a hole through a massive cave-in that was apparently keeping these people in.
We haven't told them that part yet.
Yeah, because unlike them, you have power weapons and melta weapons.
so they were just trapped, basically.
For
The
generations, as
Fist
far
of
as we can
Hodor.
tell. Yeah, they were trapped for generations, as far as we can tell.
I'm surprised I managed to survive.
They apparently had to resort to alternative food sources.
To
Yeah,
quote
but
a
how
great
did the-
scientist, life finds a way.
I assume the population must have been dwindling since then. Like, unless they can make more people than they eat, which I don't think that's something they can do.
You'd need to feed those people too, so.
Well, they can also eat fungus, just not enough to feed the whole population. Oh, I'm sorry. I did forget that.
Well, I think we can improve your food supply situation.
How is that? We have noticed that the bad meat has become less frequent in the past days.
Yeah, that was
There
us.
was there was an ancient alien device that threatened to consume this world entirely. The bad meat was a side effect of its main purpose, but we shut it down.
A machine, like the machines here.
Possibly. I haven't seen very many machines here. I would be interested in seeing machines that you have here.
Machines here. Of course. She looks aside to the apparent elder, leader, whatever these things call themselves, who wears similar clothing to the men who ambushed you. He steps forward, barks down to the one that had accompanied you. Show them. And the guy who accompanied you draws his knife.
Uh,
Stepping back away from that.
Yeah, he will point it menacingly at whoever the nearest person in the group to him is. I'm assuming either the captain or Hodor, given the situation.
You do not want to point a gun at me unless you wish to use it.
It's not a gun, it's just a knife.
You do not wish to point knife at me unless you want to use it.
Should I try to hold him, Captain?
if he tries to use it on anyone, lock him down.
Aye, aye.
He does give an aggressive jab of the knife in Hodor's direction, though doesn't actually stab him. But that is apparently all that is required. Though the vocoders are quite distorted at this point, you do hear a voice crackle over the speakers of the room. Hostile action detected. You have 5 seconds to comply.
Romeo definitely backs away.
Yeah.
Drop your weapons and cease hostile action, or pacification measures will be initiated.
It sounds to me like you should probably drop that.
Yeah, he immediately drops the knife there. The woman steps up to the floor again. The machines here in the sacred place do not allow us to feed on one another.
I
That's some pretty
see.
good home security.
Yes, it is. Well, the machines that we shut down didn't do exactly this, but they were probably very similar in complexity and art.
And I believe you cut off.
Complexity and art.
Most curious. And it was this machine that caused the bad meat, this sickness.
It was.
This is good news. Legends tell of a time before the bad meat, before the twisting of the flesh.
I am doing all that I can to bring this world back into an era where none need live in fear.
And what is it that you do?
I personally work with machines as much as I can, and with people as much as I am required to. I solve problems, and my crew assists me with their own various problem-solving capabilities.
Oh, they're juggles. Problem solving. There's no problem that cannot be solved by one good patch.
Except in here.
Punch machine. Machine stop bothering cannibal people. Win-win.
I wouldn't call it bothering.
Captain,
Romeo?
I mean, I'm gonna say stuff over microbead, but I mean, I guess, do we tell them we made an exit? They seem pretty okay. I think we just got off on the wrong foot.
Well, we'll need to teach them not to eat guests in their home, but yes, I think we can probably help these people start farming again so that they don't need to eat each other.
I mean, not even farming, just let them outside in the fields and let them hunt. Just not eat people. Animals are fine as far as I'm concerned.
This is true.
I wonder how they face outside of complete darkness or sunlight.
They'll have to adjust. But even then, they said lower catacombs, higher catacombs, even probably getting up to like cavern systems would help out the civilization.
Should really ask about that.
So, as I said, my people and I solve problems, and we've solved one of or begun to solve one of yours already. We have made an opening that your people can use to access the outside world and hunt the flesh in the fields that is not people.
Above the steel sky.
You have given us a way out.
And in exchange for that gift, I would ask that your people stop eating people.
This will be difficult. But we will try. Do a charm test.
I could do intimidate.
In this case, it's for the impact of
I'm going to use my last fate point on that.
fate point that thing.
Damn it.
Backing back.
If you do not listen to Captain, I will find out, and I will.
I slipped the captain a pistol, a lucky pistol.
I don't think I can actually reroll that. What?
Oh wait, no, you can't actually reroll it. I'm sorry, because this, yeah, you only get one reroll. I'm sorry, that's my bad.
Let's see. What was the? Is that including the bonus from your sword?
Oh no, it was not actually.
I can't remember how much the bonus from your sword gives you. Only plus.
Just +5.
Yeah, not enough to save you there.
If only I wasn't so weight limited, I could have had the helmet. Which still wouldn't quite be enough.
And this is all you expect in exchange.
It is my goal to reunify this planet and bring you all into a prosperous future. It is my intent to work together with you on that, rather than simply declaring what will be and expecting everyone to accept it.
We will discuss this with our people. We are thankful for you giving us a means to emerge from beneath the steel sky.
In the near future, I will be hosting a summit of the leaders of all of the centers of population on this world. When that time comes, will you accompany us to the summit?
Yes.
That is excellent news.
We would offer a feast in your honor, but I believe you would find our meals unpalatable.
Let us take the intent for in the spirit it is offered. But no, I don't think that sharing a meal at this time would be for the best.
Come then, we would see this way out.
Well, then, let us begin leading them to the exit.
Okay. So you lead steadily growing contingent the further you go and the more word spreads of these cannibalistic regenerating mutants out into the sunlight for the first time in many generations. They do not respond well to the sunlight, but they do push out. And so they begin to at least start poking about the outworld once more.
These guys aren't close to any other big population centers, are they?
It looks like they used to be, depending on when some of those other population centers collapsed.
Alright. Then they're not that much of a problem if they do want to go eat people. It's not like they're like within raiding distance of another hive city.
They, with a few days of travel, well, maybe a few weeks longer, they could probably get to the settlement that you guys bombarded the party from. And, you know, by extension, a significantly longer journey make it with Harold's people.
Yeah, that's not worried about it. That's a lot of time and a lot of resources to go out.
Especially since they have no idea that anyone's anywhere.
Well, you did tell them there are people out there, just not where they are.
Yep. It's true.
And all too soon, you're going to be putting them into a room with other people who are explicitly from this planet somewhere.
Well, we can pretty much say that our ship is like that security system in the sacred place.
And it'll probably be easy to get them to believe you, because you have brainwashing music.
Mm-hmm.
Picture there's just like elevator music playing on the ship 24/7. Just subtly mind controls everyone.
Brainwashing Peace Summit.
It's Pharrell. I'm so happy.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like hypnotize you. It's another.
I was
It's
just
another
thinking of
song.
like elevator source mod, like the elevator music in that game. Oh, that mod.
So one way or another, you have the well, the closest you can find to governors of each of the hive regions, with the exception of the one you obliterated.
And the Herald thought this would be difficult. Or the Herald, the Arbiter.
Well, they're not all in the same room yet.
No, but when they are, I want to make sure that the ship is orbiting in such a way that all the windows look out on the bedrock scar that we dug.
Right.
Nice. So probably on the forest, I guess,
Well, there isn't a forest anymore.
or the land formerly known as the forest.
No, it's Nazca Lines.
Well, I'm not sure Nazca Lines quite qualifies either. You basically just, completely incinerated everything down to the bedrock. That's a lot of stuff.
Right, and then I scribed my symbol in it.
That's true, you did. Mildly crude though it was, because you don't have a lance. You could have drawn like a boss with a lance.
Get like all the calligraphy line work in there and everything.
Instead, this was like, when you try and draw something in a first-person shooter with bullet holes. You can do it, sure. Just, a little limited.
I can't seem to find an image of it. I was looking for the picture that Ed drew on the Earth with the orbital lasers. But yes, the internet is not being sufficiently helpful in this regard.
Stupid internet. Anywho. So, things have been punched, people have been mulched, the murder servitors are happy. Some of the ugly mutants are dead.
Wait, merge servers can be happy?
Well, not really.
Oh, okay.
Murder servers fulfilled their programming. So, you guys successfully have the makings of a peace summit.
Yay!
Peace.
As long as I don't have to look at about half the people in it.
I don't even think you have to attend.
That's even better.
Just drink wine.
Wine and charts.
I mean, you're all more than able to attend. Certainly they'll be bringing their equivalent of staff with them. This is a rogue trader's diplomacy room. It's gonna be big as fuck. It might be an auditorium.
I'm not very good with diplomacy. As in, I have a shit ton of penalties to it.
You could just open your eye and incinerate everyone at the diplomacy hearings.
I don't need the captain getting on my ass about it.
Yeah, I mean, these ones aren't orcs, right?
Alright, I'm gonna head out. You guys can do the diplomacy meeting if you want. I'm not gonna add much to it. Anyway.
Yeah, we're out in about 15 minutes one way or another. Regardless.
Well, you leave you guys to it. I gotta be up early tomorrow. I'm going to New York City.
Yeah, I guess.
So, See you guys later.
Have fun.
Sleep on the plane.
See ya.
See ya.
So the question is, did we get 200 EXP?
What did we get? Did we get anything from last session? I didn't ask that.
That's another question.
No, not for last session.
Okay.
I will figure out an appropriate XP count for this one, though, come next time.
Got it.
Awesome.
I'm only asking because I want to get hard bargain.
Right. That's the one that just gives you profit factor, right?
Yep, just one blanket profit factor.
Okay. Yeah, alright. So at the very least, you guys have the time to at least determine what your little unification summit will entail.
Yes.
Hopefully not a lot of killing.
There shouldn't
I
need
mean-
to be nearly as much killing.
We obviously just need to see which or what sort of traits and skills each of them bring and see if they can work together to make something profitable.
I mean, all we need is the servitors. All we need is the children of the machine if we want to make profit.
Yes, but you know the captain's going to want to make something profitable for them too.
I mean, if we're going to have something at this peace treaty, there might as well be, like, you know, a treaty.
That's a start.
I'm sure guys could draft something up.
Definitely.
Excellent.
He writes peace treaties the way some people look at most conventional pornography.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like he writes peace treaty, like he just has a paper that says, "Don't be jerks," and everyone signs it.
Number 1, Wheaton's Law.
Gaius, why are you in there so long? Are you drawing up a peace treaty again?
Did you see those provisions?
I'll be out in a minute.
Oh yeah. Good trade routes.
Fingers are just black
Yeah, you
stained
make
with
that
ink.
compromise over territory.
Oh, sub-clauses.
Oh, those tariffs.
Are there any particular restrictions you guys are placing on the hearings in and of themselves?
No weapons. I mean, aside from us, obviously.
We're World War IIing this.
Well,
Let's
I
try
mean,
to avoid starting any Cold Wars.
Well, historical reference points are generally more useful for Warhammer than modern ones.
well, I mean, we can keep the guns outside of the room, but we're gonna have dudes with guns around.
So armed guards outside of the chamber?
If you want to be nice, if not, just have them in the chamber.
I don't know, I feel like the scar on the planet should make enough of an impression that guardsmen would just be gilding the lily.
That's the first thing we need to show everyone once they're on the ship.
I mean, I'm pretty sure just taking them into space is gonna blow their goddamn minds. By the way, we're probably taking the teleportarium.
Oh, yeah, you probably will be doing what you'd noted before, explicitly noting locations you want these people to be at, so they can all be whisked up at once.
Yep. Just don't even explain things. They just are there and then suddenly are somewhere else.
In a flash of light.
It's gonna be really hilariously surprising if anyone's like, haha, we'll ambush them when they come to get us. 50 guys in the woods, just see them disappear.
I mean, if we want to show them the true powers of the Emperor, put the fear of God in them.
You've done that pretty effectively for some of them.
For some of them.
2 out of 4. Well, I suppose in a way, 3 out of 4. You did give some pretty good on Messiah speeches to the children of the machine.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the points of tension on this is I think the Herald wants to go to the Empire, and I think the Children of the Machine want to go to the Al Messiah. And I'm pretty sure that the Cult Mechanicus and the Empire don't want to split the planet in half. But, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't really know about how the politics of it all is.
I mean, we do have
Yeah,
an entire city on the ship, but I'm sure at least some of it goes part way, and there are at least areas that are one way and areas that are the other.
Yeah, I mean the areas are fine, but the thing is, who do we sell it to? Who do we call in favors to?
I didn't expect to be selling it off to anyone immediately.
Except
I mean,
maybe
we
whoever
should-
that noble house is.
Truth. But I mean that's a thing we'll just pick off and sell later. I'm not sure if we should sell. I think if we should sell anything, we should sell the moon, that one radioactive moon. Maybe not forever, but the rights for a while. Take the profit and eventually set up our own mining operation.
So sell them a lease to it for a while.
Yeah. If it's full of that much material, I'm sure they're willing to do it. Just, don't gouge them on it. But yeah, you could probably set up a reasonable price.
I see, this is a rogue trader game. You're talking about leasing a moon.
Yup. Well, I mean, ideally, it would be like, hey, we're going to lease you this moon, and then also, if you leave your equipment there, we'll take that as part of the payment. So maybe you get access to the moon for a while for free, but you got to leave your stuff there when you're done, and then we just take it and make our own mining operation.
I don't know, that would put any real, I mean, god damn, people driving. That would leave the profit from the mining operation to be pretty far down the road, which I guess is fair. I don't expect to die in any great hurry.
I mean, the main thing about that is that you're not spending your own money on it, and you're going to see profit from it eventually anyway. As far as I can see, especially if you offer it like the Cult Mechanicus, those guys can probably make a mining operation on the cheap anyway, so it probably saves them money to just give us the thing.
Notably, the Seraphin dynasty's major contacts are within the Cult Mechanicus. So it would be a matter of whether you're trying to get a better deal with the people who you already have contacts with, or make more diverse contacts by getting other people tangled in the business.
Not to mention, of course, we still have the entire rest of the system to survey.
You do have that.
And also Space Hawks we may or may not tell people about.
Yes. Although, obviously, if anyone's coming into the system, they may find them eventually.
Yeah, they'll probably find them out anyway. I think the Eldar one is way less likely to be found than the Archaeotech one, which has its own.
The Eldar one is just kind of floating out in deep space. It's probably easier to spot than the one that's shielded by asteroids.
Oh, fair enough. I thought it would be the other way around, that because that one is kind of like in a locale that it would be easier to
It's
find
like-
this than just in the middle of space. But yeah,
The Eldar ship would be easier to pick out if you're looking in that direction. The Hulk would be more likely to be looked at because the asteroid belt has valuables.
true.
Basically, just a blanket scan of the system would turn up the Eldar ship, whereas you'd actually have to be surveying the asteroid belt to pick up the ship.
Okay,
Okay.
then I'm totally wrong. That's a frequent occurrence.
Basically, just the space equivalent of one standing in an open field, one's hiding behind a rock.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. The the Archaeotech, the Space Marine Space Hulk, could get us in trouble maybe if the wrong people find it, just because of the Lunar Wolves connection.
We should probably take some more time to check it over, but is there someone else we can hand it off to that won't get us in trouble?
Your guys' knowledge of politics related to Space Marines is pretty limited. I mean, there are various sources you can try to sell almost anything to.
Strixus?
Yeah, I hadn't even been thinking of the Strixus, but yeah, you can pretty much anytime your question is who can we sell this to, you can just list all the people who you can sell it to, and then add and the Strixus.
Yeah, but also fuck the Strixus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you hate the Strixus?
Yeah, fuck the Strixus, but they'll also buy anything. I mean, hell, man, Romeo was half considering keeping his demon gun just to sell it to the Strixus.
Yeah, Strixus are super Ferengi. They're Ferengi crossed with used car salesmen.
Yeah, he just decided not to do it because fuck the Strixus. That's pretty much the entire reason why he gave up his gun. Once he figured out it was a demon, he's like, I'm never going to fire this thing, but if I keep it under lock and key, maybe I can sell it to the Strixus.
But fuck Strixus.
But then fuck the Strixus. And he doesn't know anyone else he would want to sell it to. Like, Strixus are the nicest option, so then he decided nah.
Yeah, there are various factions within the Imperium. The Strixus, obviously, criminal elements.
Yeah, you know what? Criminal elements might actually be the nicest option in that case. There's definitely an assassin that wants that kind of firepower under his belt, 100%.
Well, there's also the actual assassins.
Yeah, true.
Though the actual assassins are very specific with their equipment. You do not want to call them unless you are damn sure you've got something that you know they want.
Do we think we can recruit any of the people on this planet too? Because I mean, we have lost several red shirts.
Kidding me? We could just literally scoop him up and just not let him home.
Really? Press ganging people?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it. Doesn't mean Romeo's in favor of it, considering he was press ganged himself, but
Yeah,
like,
I assume...
if you really wanted people, like Space Marines do it.
Oh yeah, but I assume Romeo doesn't agree with Space Marines doing it either.
No, that is one of the things he doesn't like about the Empire.
Either, but I assume they could at least ask. I mean, they were on a shithole of a planet for a while. Maybe they wanted something different.
Although admittedly most of the population is highly mutated, as you found.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem. Well,
Yeah,
there was a bit of a civil war in the Underdecks anyway, as long as I don't see them.
Hodor will keep them alive anyway. Some of them are useful. The ones that can see in the dark is actually a really good talent. Problem is, you got to feed them meat all the time.
Which isn't too bad as long as it's not obligated to be human meat.
Eventually, if we have people we need to kill anyway.
Which is something I was thinking about with the machine. That part of that treaty could let the other hives give their criminals to the machine.
As far as we can tell, it's voluntary. That was established.
The current arrangement with the machine is that they have people voluntarily go in.
True. New World Order doesn't mean New World Order.
Would they think it would be, what's the word? Corrupting if people didn't do it, if it was involuntary and they were criminals?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Corrupting their religion.
Yeah, it's a thing we probably need to talk with them about if we're gonna propose that. I mean, this is a thing I actually meant to ask for a while. The wraiths on the Eldar ship aren't particularly stealthy, right?
The what on the Eldar ship?
The wraiths, the Wraith Guard.
Oh, in theory, no. Although you
Okay.
wouldn't be able to detect them externally.
Yeah, because they're basically machines, and I don't think they're particularly smart, right? They're not like sapient.
Did anybody get really good rolls to know a bunch of shit about Wraithguard? I feel as if we rolled at some point, but I can't remember how good people did.
I think Romeo did pretty okay on Eldar stuff in that ship in general, but I'm not sure. I can't remember how he did with the Wraith Guards specifically.
Right. I do know that you guys were able to determine that you do know Eldar Tech uses uploaded Eldar souls.
Yeah, but like we said on the Skype conversation, like the dreadnoughts, the Space Marine ones, right? That's what the Herald was.
Yeah.
Like they're using actual Space Marines, but they lose a lot of intelligence when they get used also.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I expect them to be smarter than servitors, but I don't know if they're as smart as people.
That is definitively something you don't know. You would require an experiment for that.
Yes. But they're not stealthy, and we don't give that too much of, like, we could just send murder servers in there for 2 weeks and let them clear it all out. Or we can actually try to lure them out and then just gun them down with ships. I'm not sure if their guns are effective anti-ship weapons, though they actually might be.
You are also not intimately familiar with the details of Wraith cannons.
Yep. We'd have to probably at least get one first, and then figure that out after. But that cloaking device would help out this ship in particular a lot. Because our ship is actually pretty damn good at close range. The problem is we're slow, so getting into close range is a problem. Being invisible could help with that.
The big problem, I believe, is that you can have either the hollow field or a void shield.
Oh, you can't have both.
So it would be a choice of it's harder for the enemy to hit you, or one of the enemy's hits is ignored every turn.
Huh.
I thought the
Yeah.
void shield didn't do anything in ship combat.
No, the void shield is very effective in ship combat. That's the only place it's relevant.
It just depends on the thing you're against. Like, it's not good against bombers. It's not good against raid. It's not good against raids. It's not good against hit and runs. There's specific things that go through it, and our ship happens to be pretty good at going through shields.
Yeah. But yeah, like if someone's firing macro cannons at you, yeah, your void shields are going to block the first hit from the macro cannons.
Which is pretty relevant. Yeah, I didn't know that you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
Even if so, the Eldar ship is still worth raiding, if only to steal some of their weapons. And by weapons, I mean like ship quality and also like ship size and man size.
Basically, you guys do only have the applicable storage space for one ship component.
Yeah, but we could just switch out our macro cannons if we really wanted to.
You'd need Stardock's worth of resources to actually switch out a ship component.
Okay, but then we could just, I mean, if we really wanted to, we could take one of their weapons, take out the macro cannon, put it aside, install the other one, and then just dump the macro cannon into the void. Not that this is the smartest thing to do, but we could do it.
Well, you're not particularly able to install anything on board your ship.
Okay, fair enough.
You can remove components to store them, but you're not able to switch out your components here. You'd have to truck back to a planet where they actually have the resources to do that.
Okay. I still want a hover bike, but if that's all we're gonna get out of it, like I thought the hollow field would be a huge win, but I don't know. But if you actually can't have them with void shields are probably better.
Well, there's ups and downs to both. Basically, the difference between tanky or dodgy builds.
Yeah, we're not very dodgy already.
Well, no starship is dodgy unless it has a hollow field.
True. I mean, if we could have them both installed and just switch to them when convenient, but I don't think they would let you do that.
No, basically they go in the same equipment slot, more or less.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, this is more of a tankier ship, but we might have another ship in the future, so...
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, the hollow field could make you completely invisible, right?
I don't know if it's completely invisible. I think it's more of like an active camo effect.
Okay.
Which is why it doesn't make it completely impossible to shoot at the enemy ship, just a minus 40 penalty, I think.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it's just okay. Oh man, I thought you could have both. That would have been amazing. Yeah, maybe the Elder ship is less of a priority than I initially thought then. If we can't actually use any of the equipment right now, I mean, we know they have a hollow field and we know we can sell that.
Yeah, you are more than able to basically just go through and loot valuable shit out of the Elder ship and or the Space Hulk. Well, they're both Space Hulks now.
Yeah, the Elder Space Hulk or the Space Marine Space Hulk. I mean...
And technically the, quote, Space Marine Space Hulk was just a Space Hulk Space Marines happened to be on. It was an Imperial naval vessel.
Oh, I had no idea. Okay, sorry, the Imperial Space Hulk versus the Eldar Space Hulk.
Which is why none of the awesome shit you retrieved was Space Marine crap.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we know the Eldar had was hover bikes, which is what Romeo is into. But also not willing to put people on the line who don't want to do that shit. Hover bikes are cool, but they're not worth like 20 servitors going offline or a whole platoon of people to get.
Yeah. But, I mean, one way or the other, both places are dangerous, but you're more than able to either loot a single ship component off of either one of them to sell, or if you wanted to take the time and risk, just, armfuls of whatever crap you can find.
I mean, I guess the question is, what are the other ship components on the Imperial Hulk? Because I don't even think we knew all of them.
No, you haven't gone through a full scan of that fucker.
Okay, but we can just augury it. We don't have to go in and muck around in it.
Yeah, and it is definitely a big-ass ship.
Yeah.
But let's see, Peace Summit wise, I'm getting down just some of the terms that you're doing up the summit with. So an actual treaty signing, no weapons. Armed guards inside or outside?
Outside?
Outside. Let's see. Assume you guys can all cogitate on actual terms that they may have to agree to. Obviously, you came up with one for the Children of the Machine.
Also, don't eat people.
Yeah, we may have to make a slight correction on the weapons thing, because they probably do need to hunt.
Oh no,
We
I
just meant
meant
no weapons in the conference room.
Ah,
that's exactly it.
Alright.
Yeah, they keep all their other weapons.
The only people who would possibly be hunting in the conference room are you kind of need to discuss that with them. That's one of your other stipulations, that they shouldn't be trying to hunt in conference rooms.
Yeah, they shouldn't be trying to hunt their fellow citizens. Hunt anything else you want, sure, but not people.
and not our servo skulls for good measure.
And servo skulls aren't very appealing in terms of food. They're mostly just metal.
Don't know what some of them think.
They're bone too.
Oh yeah, okay. That's true.
I doubt they've ever tried to eat metal. Who knows? They might not know.
Well, their entire world was made of metal,
Oh yeah, I guess it's
as far as they were concerned. Metal sky, metal floor, metal walls. Metal everywhere. Okay, so no cannibalism.
Yes, food that talks is not food.
Oh, the delicious irony if you had a crew party member.
Here's one. Um, the cultists of Nurgle and Korn, uh, worshipping those demons or any other is basically just punishable by death. No false gods. True gods are fine. False gods, no thanks.
especially considering the demons and stuff fucked up the planet in the first place.
Right?
Actually, I kind of think it was just the Martellans.
They don't need to know that. They just know that a lot of demons came out of it.
That is true. They don't need to know that.
Okay, so proper imperial attitudes towards chaos worship and heresy in general. Got that. Notably, a point of consideration for the no weapons. If the Great One's emissaries are all servitors, they're all going to have weapons. Because they're servitors.
Built-in weapons don't count. You can bring your
Okay.
fists.
Yeah, the cannibal humanoids are bringing pointy teeth, and we're not going to take those off of.
Well, more to the point of like, buzzsaws or hammer fists, shit like that.
Yeah. But quite frankly, we can't exactly take those away. I mean, I guess we could ask for other emissaries if we really wanted to, in spirit of the conference.
Do they have any that don't have dangerous tool arm?
Probably some with less dangerous tool arms. Certainly the radio servitor doesn't have dangerous parts.
He sounds like a great emissary.
He would probably be there one way or another, because slow as it would be, he's still a Vox radio link back to the Great One.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, less weapon-y murder servers would be appreciated, but if people complain about it, like, we'll just say the obvious thing of, like, well, we can't exactly disarm them.
Well, we can, but that would be literally disarming them.
True.
And then we would have to disarm everyone. Just to be fair.
So yes, we'll take off their arms if everyone else also consents to give up their arms.
Well, the Herald's people seem fine giving up at least one of their arms.
I was gonna say the Arbiter's people only have to make half the choice.
I guess we should also put some part in the treaty, number one, that if the Eldar show up, we need to know. Even just because they don't understand that, but it's definitely conceivable that the Eldar are mad at us and would take it out on the planet. And the other one is we should definitely have an office that will just definitely have an office that will just evaluate and pay for technological discoveries.
And paying them the scab seems like a good start on getting an economy going.
But even just but pay is just like compensation, like maybe just give them a good gun or something. But either way, if they find something interesting, we definitely should say, yeah, we'll take it. Just put that precedent out there.
Oh, right. Well, it is a bit late. You guys can think on what sort of things you want to make these people agree to.
Definitely.
One dog wins one person to punch each week. Ha 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 ha.
They need to create a vineyard.
You can totally make outlandish demands if you want.
I'm sure we can, considering we are basically the saviors of this planet.
Yeah. Could demand that it be an agri-world now, an agri-world entirely dedicated to wine production.
That is not a bad idea, Captain.
Every inch of farmable land on the planet does nothing except grow grapes.
Actually, turning the whole
Ventrellus
place,
Vineyard.
actually, turn the whole place into an agri world is not necessarily a bad call. I mean, what else is of particular value on this planet anyway? If the soil seems good and not necessarily farmed, it could be a thing we could do for money.
And it would support expanding other industries here.
We already have a place to make servitors. Use them to till the fields and all that. They already seem to be pretty decent at farming. At least the children in the machine are.
Though notably, there were no servitors working the fields when you saw them.
True, so maybe they can't make farm servitors or agricultural servitors.
Or their servitor production had requirements elsewhere. They did have to
True.
keep rebuilding combat units.
True. Or maybe you can just let some mechanicus at it. Just tinker around with the machine and maybe figure out the farm servitor option.
Anywho, I must be off. Late, I have work tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
See you later. Thanks for a
Bye.
good game.
Good night.
That's awesome.
Next time, riveting diplomaticness.
Yes.
And then finally, when the financial situation here is resolved, a less grimdark adventure.
The ability to buy things.
That
Yay!
too.
Shopping trip.
I only want one thing. It's a scout bike. That is exclusively all I want.
I need some power armor of my own at this point.